Please take a seat. We will start. Good morning to you all. Salam and hoş geldiniz. Hello and welcome. I'm delighted to welcome you all in this beautiful lecture theater at the heart of Baku, as well as those joining online. We will start this COP29 side event called Climate Solutions for Vulnerable Countries, jointly organized by Azerbaijan Technical University and ADBI. We will start with Vilayat Valiev, Rector of Azerbaijan Technical University, to deliver his opening. Please welcome Dr. Valiev.
Honorable Professor Tetsushi Shinoba, Honorable Adel Najim, dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to welcome you to the Climate Solution for Vulnerable Countries conference at Azerbaijan Technical University. I would like to express my special thanks to the Asian Development Bank Institute as the co-organizer of today's event during the COP29 days in our country. The ADB Institute, the research arm of the Asian Development Bank, provides contribute support to the challenges faced by countries vulnerable to climate change. Today as part of the... Thank you very much. I wish success.
Thank you so much, Rector. Now I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Muzhat Hasanov. He is a head of International Cooperation Department, State Agency for Science and Higher Education, Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and dear fellows and researchers. Thank you for the opportunity to join this important event. On behalf of the State Agency for Science and Higher Education, next to the Minister of Science and Education, it is a privilege to share our perspectives. It is with great honor that Azerbaijan Technical University and the Asian Development Bank welcome you to this pivotal conference on climate solutions for vulnerable countries. Today we come together recognizing the urgency of addressing climate change, especially for the world's most vulnerable nations, bearing disproportionate burdens from rising sea levels, extreme weather, and other environmental crises. This conference is an essential platform to unite policymakers, researchers, industrial leaders, and civil society in the shared goal of creating practical strategies for resilience, adaptation, and sustainable development. Here we look forward to discussions on smart technologies, financing for climate action, and accessible tools for mitigation, as well as frameworks to address climate-induced loss and damage. Universities and academic institutions are central to these solutions. As hubs of research and innovation, they drive progress through advanced research and education of future leaders. At some Azerbaijani universities, as well as at Azerbaijan Technical University, for instance, we aim to bridge theory with practice, equipping students and researchers to lead in sustainable energy, environmental engineering, and climate-resilient infrastructure equipped with high-tech and also with intercultural competencies. Furthermore, internationalizing science and higher education is essential to fostering the global intercultural competencies needed to address complex issues like climate change. By collaborating across borders and integrating diverse perspectives, academic institutions can cultivate interculturally competent scientists and policymakers capable of working effectively within and beyond their own cultural contexts. This international perspective enriches research and promotes a shared commitment to global challenges. Looking to the future, Azerbaijan is poised to play a greater role on the global climate stage, especially as we explore hosting COP29. This would allow Azerbaijan to showcase its climate initiatives and underscore academia's role in fostering climate resilience and innovation. Together, let us strive for a world where climate justice prevails and all countries have the opportunity to thrive, with universities at the forefront of climate solutions and intercultural understanding for generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
We will close this opening with Tetsuo Nobe, Dean and CEO of Asian Development Bank Institute.
Assalamu alaikum, Hoshigeri Mishinis. Sorry for my stuffy nose. Difficult to hear, sorry. So, welcome to this conference on climate solutions for emerging market and developing economies. My name is Tetsuo Nobe. I'm Japanese and currently Dean and CEO of Tokyo-based think tank called Asian Development Bank Institute, which is a subsidiary of the famous multilateral development bank called ADB, which is headquartered in Manila. Although we are part of the bank, but I'm not a banker. I'm a university teacher. So I naturally wanted to work with universities rather than banks and companies in Azerbaijan. So because we are desperately needing innovative approaches to climate adaptation and mitigation, I wanted to learn from students and professors at an engineering and natural science university. So it was very, very natural for me to come to Azerbaijan, a technical university, last May, when I had an opportunity to visit Baku together with my advisor. So I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Rector Bariev and Vice Rector Faris for agreeing with me immediately when I proposed this collaboration. For the last half year since then, I have been very, very happy seeing preparation going very well, thanks to the excellent organizing teams on both sides, AzTU and ADBI. It's been a real collaboration, which will, I hope, keep going on and on in the future. In this conference, I hope we'll learn a lot from the presenters and the panelists who will share their knowledge and expertise in various conditions and topographies such as small islands, mountains, glaciers, landlocked countries, low-lying coastal areas in Africa and Asia. So we will also learn from the cases that will showcase how innovative solutions can help adaptation and mitigation, expediting energy transition, and enhance disaster preparedness. I'm also very excited to listen to the keynote remarks from 3 distinguished guests whose perspectives come from very different and unique backgrounds. Pooja, thank you, and Professor Bambang and Professor Adil Najam. We are delighted to welcome you and thank you so much for traveling to Baku and giving us a chance to learn from you. So I hope today's very rich program will create a momentum for intra and inter-regional knowledge sharing and greater collaboration among researchers, practitioners, and those engaging in climate actions in the context of climate vulnerable countries. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So now we are commencing. So Dr. Puja and Dr. Igo, if you could come up on the stage and then to start the first keynote conversation, that would be very much appreciated.
One, two, three. Good morning, everyone. My name is Igor Nasirov, and today I have the privilege of moderate this session. Let's drive right it. I'm excited to introduce our guest, Dr. Puja. Puja is Global Director of Climate Change at Habitat for Humanity, with over 20 years to experience making a real impact. Her work stretches across 70 countries globally, building partnership and leading climate change projects that helps communities. Puja, we're thrilled to have you with us today. So, Puja, would you sharing a few words about Habitat Humanity?
Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to this very pertinent event. We are all facing a climate crisis, even as we speak, so thank you for that. Appreciate the opportunity, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. So, Habitat for Humanity is an organization that has been established since the 1970s. So we've been around for quite a few decades, and as the name states, we build habitat for humanity, which is we build homes for low-income families across the globe. We work from Latin America to the Pacific, to Eastern Europe, Africa, Asia, and many other countries. And the reason why I'm here is we help build houses for low-income households, as I said, but climate change is a reality. We are working with communities which are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but have contributed the least to the impacts of climate change. So that is why I'm here. That is why climate change is very important to Habitat as an organization. And we keep talking to different governments, making a case for why it is also important to include and address housing, especially here when we are at the COP, and appealing to the governments to really, in their next nationally determined contributions, also consider housing as a sector and also address the vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so what's your impression of Azerbaijan?
It's my first time here in Azerbaijan, and I must say one of the biggest advantages of having the COP is you get to visit, learn about different countries across the globe. And my first impression of Azerbaijan, I was just talking to somebody on my way in the morning today, is it's a beautiful country. The people are so nice and so welcoming. Very, very, very touched. The food is also very nice, and we really appreciate the hospitality that I've seen in Azerbaijan. So thank you all for the hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's focus a bit and talk about something maybe unexpected, but totally relevant artificial intelligence. And the first question from you guys, it's how many of you use AI in your daily life? Raise your hand, please. No, I see just the professors, no students. It's true? It looks a bit strange for me. Yeah, okay, and who is already work on AI projects or would like to start with some AI projects? No? Yeah? Thank you. And Pooja, I've got a few questions for you. In your view, how important will AI and data be in reducing carbon emissions and preventing disaster?
Thank you. I was in New York a couple of months ago in September. We had the New York Climate Week. And most of the events that I participated in were all about AI and data. And how to tackle the climate crisis, it is becoming more and more important to use AI as well as data for tackling the issue. This is not only in terms of establishing baselines, because in many countries, there is no baseline to measure. A, the impact that climate change is having. B, for the technologies that we put into practice, how do we measure the success? How can we measure what is changing? So,
sorry for my interruption, but what about low-income countries?
So even for low-income countries, as you know, most of the countries have now come up with what is being called with their nationally determined contribution. So every country, every year, makes a commitment of how they are going to reduce the impact of climate change, or how they are going to measure the impact of climate change in their countries, as they are a party to the Paris Agreement. They're all part of the UNFCCC. And one of the key and most crucial element is data and access to data. So AI, of course, there are some reservations about AI. We know that. They are good and bad to the use of AI, but it is becoming more and more important also to predict the weather patterns and also to predict the kind of disasters that are going to take place. I just got a message in the morning from my office that there is a severe storm in the Philippines, and which is now going to be categorized as a typhoon. So data is really important so that it helps the people as well as the countries prepare better to tackle the impacts of climate change. And when it comes to the measurement of carbon, that's exactly the same. If you don't have data, if you don't have the technologies to measure it, how then would you be able to see what is missing and what are some of the best ways to tackle the issues related to carbon or other impacts of climate change? So, thank you.
Thank you. And what is the biggest challenges for these countries and for use not just AI but also all of smart technologies?
There are quite a few challenges. We know that for many of the issues that can, that are having an impact on us, there are technologies available. A couple of issues here. One, the technology is very expensive. So that is a big challenge for many countries, especially the low-income countries or the developing countries. B is also the lack of knowledge that these technologies exist. That is also a challenge, because when we go to different countries and we talk to them, sometimes they don't even have the information that there are certain technologies in place that they can use. And finally, there's also a lack of technical capacity to use the technology. So, the technology can be transferred, but if there is no capacity on how to use the technology, that also poses a challenge. So, these are some of, key challenges. It's the availability of technology, the cost of technology, the awareness regarding the technology, as well as the capacity on how to use and also upgrade the technology. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Hawks, what do you think? Probably you have some opinion about smart technologies in the future and their role in climate change especially?
Yeah, as I was just saying, technology also progresses daily. I'm sure the students here who use their phones, we're always on our smartphones. Technology changes every day. And this really can be used, to the advantage of using it to tackle climate change, to know, now there are maps we can see at the click of our phone. We can see what kind of issues there are, what kind of weather patterns there are, what kind of technologies there are. So technology will keep progressing and will continue to play a growing and important role in tackling climate change issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And how a habitat of humanity, if you back to your current company and is known as house solutions. Could you tell us why the home is so important for climate adaptation and reduction, carbon footprint, and how you manage of carbon footprint? Probably you already use some smart technologies or artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I would like to say that climate change is not something that is happening to somebody else. It's happening to all of us. So this requires all of us to come together to tackle the solution. So whether we are talking about a house, or whether we are talking about the national government, or the private sector, or organizations like the organization I work for, each and everyone has a very important role to play. And the house is the very basic unit. When I speak with peer organizers, peer organizations and my colleagues, and I remind them constantly that when we are talking about climate change and communities, we are also talking about ourselves. Our houses will also get impacted if the weather worsens, if there's flooding. I have colleagues who live on the coast. Their houses are equally vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So house really is the basic unit. So it's very, very important to tackle the issue at the housing level to build the capacity of the communities we work with on the ground, and also to build their knowledge and resilience to the impacts of climate change. So Habitat for Humanity, we have a branch, we have a center called the Tweliger Center for Innovative Solutions, where we work with startups who have innovative ideas, and we have an incubation lab where we provide them grants as well as technical support to come up with innovative yet affordable solutions that even low-income households can uptake and use. As I mentioned previously, it's good, there are great technologies out there, but are they affordable? That's the question for the household. So we really work very actively, and we've been doing it for decades, to come up with innovative solutions to tackle problems at an affordable cost that low-income households can also uptake and use. Thank you.
And how it's link or support probably for biodiversified, and probably you can share any examples with us.
Sorry, was that on biodiversity? Did you ask?
Biodiversity, sorry. Yeah.
Right. So the house, when we are working with communities, the house is not an isolated building. We are talking about the entire ecosystem about the house. Providing secure housing puts the communities in a position where they feel more secure. It has an impact on their social life, on their economic life, on their health, on their education, but also in the communities that they live in. So many of the projects that we are implementing across the globe, we are not just looking, as I said, at a house. We look at the entire community. We have projects where we are looking at afforestation, so we are also planting like trees, which are relevant for the communities. We are also looking at sustainable agricultural practices. We are looking at building knowledge and capacity on climate resilience. We do a lot of training for our communities on how to deal with disasters and better prepare for disasters, and also training on water and sanitation, because that's also a very important part of our house. So as I mentioned, we are not only talking about building a house, we are looking at the entire ecosystem around the house. So thank you.
Can you please clarify the terms ecosystem for this case? Because we very often see the ecosystem for banks, for management, for IT companies. Everywhere we can find an ecosystem. What do I mean here?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, as we work with the communities to provide housing for the low-income communities, but the house is at the core, but they are...
Say a few words about our university, Azerbaijan Technical University, and also what is your view, what is your forecast, how we can we already involved of this climate change, and we organize a conference and some R&D programs, but what is your view from your side and based of your experience? What can be additional impact and additional some adding to value adding probably to our, not our, to COP topic?
I see. Okay. Yes, thank you for that. The students sitting here, they are our future, and they are also the ones that we have to leave the planet to. So we have a responsibility to give them a planet where they can live and the future generations can live. So they are our hope, they are our future, but at the same time they have a very important role to play to help find solutions, innovative solutions to tackle climate change. And technical universities especially have a very key role to play. If you've ever attended any of the COPs, or if you are ever listening to any of the conversations online, you will realize that the negotiations are extremely technical in nature. You have to have scientific information, scientific data to back your statements, and on the basis of that, the countries agree to do certain things. They make commitments to work on climate change, and a lot really relies on new research and innovative solutions coming out of the university. So there is a very important role that academia plays in our fight against climate change. Thank you.
Some words for students, for young researchers, scientists?
Yeah. As I said when I met you in the morning, when I come to the university, it gives me new hope, it gives me new drive. I want to go back and study at the university, but I keep getting told by many people, they are like, you already have a PhD, you already have a postdoc, you can't study anymore.
Their climate monitoring system or early warning system to better prepare for extreme weather events.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that kind introduction. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for having me, Rector Valiev, Minister Hasanov, Dean Sinobe. Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to be back in your beautiful country. This is my, I think, 4th time here, but it's especially good to be back at the Technical University. I first came to this university many years ago, and it's always wonderful to be back, especially as someone who was trained initially as an engineer. So let me say that. On your question on what does climate change mean, and how do we prepare for climate change, particularly in vulnerable countries? Allow me just a minute to take it a little to a broader level, and then I'll come zoom into your question. And the first thing is, this thing that says climate solutions. So as a policy issue and as a technical issue, let's be clear on one thing. There's only one climate solution. There's no second one. There is only one climate solution, and that is to avoid climate change. Right? That's why we are all here in Baku today for COP29. And I say that for a reason. That doesn't mean that we don't do other things to prepare for its impacts, to prepare for adaptation, to prepare for loss and damage, to prepare for disasters. But the nature of the science is such that unless we can actually control and limit those emissions and begin bending the curves to bring it down, this will be a constantly increasing curve. Right? So that's a losing game. So whatever we do, we cannot take our eyes off the fact that the only real solution is dealing with climate change not happening. The problem with that in terms of the question we have is that the vulnerable countries, those that are at the forefront of the impacts, particularly the early impacts, the countries that are least able to deal with those impacts, also happen to be the countries that can't actually do anything or much about avoiding climate change, because invariably their emissions are very low. They are too poor, they are too small, they are too vulnerable to have caused enough of the problem, therefore they can't turn the tap off. That is why I think we are in Baku. That is why this requires not just local solutions, but also global solutions, because those who are being impacted cannot turn the tap off of carbon, right? So that's the policy context of why the COP is important, why this question is different from other questions of disaster. Now, coming to disaster and early warning, and I apologize for having gone up, but allow me to land back on Earth. The second question, the second most important thing, and if you take anything from this conversation, I hope it is this. So at a conceptual level, I really only have one message today, and that is that climate disasters are intrinsically different from other forms of disasters. Right? So many of us work on disasters, on earthquakes, on famine, on floods, and so on and so forth. We know a lot about it. We know the technologies, we know the responses, we know the systems, and in many ways we have started deploying disaster systems, including in vulnerable countries, to respond to this new set of disasters for climate. My argument, my scientific argument here is that we forget sometimes or ignore that climate disasters are different. How are they different? Right? They're not entirely different. A flood is a flood. An earthquake, well, earthquakes don't happen because of climate change, but a famine is a famine. A drought is a drought. So you say, okay, I know how to deal with floods, and you are from Pakistan, I'm from Pakistan, so you get a flood, I will deal with it the same way I have dealt with floods for 40, 50, 100 years. Right? I will do disaster relief, I will do I will do monitoring, I'll do early warning. There are three essential, fundamental differences in what we are calling climate disasters. First, they are avoidable. This is very important. They are avoidable. They can be avoided. Right? That is different from an earthquake. An earthquake cannot really be avoided. How can they be avoided? They can be avoided by reducing global carbon emissions so that at least that frequency. Right? The second part of this, it's really part of this, is that they are additive. They add to existing disasters rather than be new ones. The second one is climate disasters tend to be more predictable. Right? And that is in many ways a very important news for early warning. Right? That because climate patterns are well studied and constantly studied, they are predictable not in that I can tell you that on this date a flood will come in Spain, but they are predictable in the cycles. That means we can prepare for them. That means we can do better early warning. That means there is the scientific possibility of better monitoring than what are truly natural disasters. Right? And the third, because these are not natural disasters, these are human-made disasters. Right? That's the difference between climate disasters and others. And finally, everyone is vulnerable. This is a very real challenge. The challenge is, if you have been reading the newspaper or Facebook or wherever you get your news from, we usually think of vulnerable countries as small, poor, far away. But in the last 4 months, what's been happening? Massive floods in Spain, like they've never seen before. Heat waves in Europe. Fires in Australia, right? So what that means is, if everyone is vulnerable, the challenge is rising everywhere. I've taken too long, and I promise to be shorter later, but I wanted to set this up in response to your question. What can vulnerable countries do? If I am right in what I have said, then the most important thing that vulnerable small countries can do for climate preparedness in monitoring early warning is to avoid falling into the trap of thinking of weather disasters because of climate from simply a disaster lens. It has to be in policy and politics considered as part of development, right? So you put climate variability as a development policy issue rather than a disaster issue. One line, we'll say, what's the difference? That's just words. It's not words. When you do disaster policy, you wait for the disaster. Right? How do disaster agencies work? They wait, and they are ready. They collect resources. They do some preparedness, but essentially they are triggered when the disaster happens. Development policy is triggered well before the disaster, because task number one is avoidance, preemption, rather than just reaction. Right? So giving vulnerable countries that ability is extremely important. If we add on disaster as an afterthought, you will take from countries that already have very few resources and tell them to deploy those resources for something else. Right? So where does disaster preparedness and early warning happens? Right? Let me surprise you like our wonderful host in the previous panel did. It happens in schools. It happens in hospitals. It happens with education policy. It happens with health policy. It doesn't happen just with technology and infrastructure. Now, the reason I say this is that if you are thinking of cyclical disasters, which is what climate brings, then the entire infrastructure of development has to be readied for it, right? So that to me is much more important. Yes, technology will play a role. Yes, a lot of early warning science that we have developed will be extremely important. But unless we place it centrally inside of the development conversation, I do not think it will work. My apologies for the long answer.
No, you already responded to my consequent questions too. But my takeaway from your response is that the avoidance is the best rather than disaster relief. In order to avoid, we have to well-equipped infrastructure. That well-equipped infrastructure comes from well-developed policy. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but yeah, according to your response, every country can be vulnerable because the climate issue is global. But in fact, vulnerable country is vulnerable because you mentioned that with the little resources, the poor, the low incomes, there is a very limited capacity. So in that sense, my second question is, how can international partners help vulnerable countries per se, those poor categorized vulnerable countries, to develop preparedness? How can developed country and international partners can help them?
Yeah. Excellent question. Thank you so much. And you have brought up the first word that is important here, which is avoidance, right? So one, they can help with avoidance. And the second word that I would add to that, if I had a slide, I would put that word huge in this. By the way, this hall is beautiful, Rector. Congratulations. The second word I would add is resilience, right? Now, again, we use resilience as a slogan, but we need to put real meaning into resilience. What is resilience? Resilience is a bad thing happens to me and I have the ability to stand back. Right? Someone comes and punches me, I have the ability to stand back. That's what resilience is. So what can international organizations, the international world do? Two things. Help the vulnerable countries, A, by avoidance, and B, by creating resilience. What does that mean? I think these are very specific things. These are not just words. Avoidance means, a few years ago, there was a super flood in Pakistan that you might have heard of, and I was fairly involved in that work, and many people were, people felt for it. Two things I learned from that. I remember I was being interviewed at, I think it was BBC, and she asked me the same question. What is it that the rich countries can do for Pakistan? Right? And I think she expected me to say, please send us money, and my answer was, reduce your emissions. Right? The best thing you can do is in your own country, reduce your emissions, because that will help me avoid. It won't help this flood, but it will help the other one. And there will be another one. So that's avoidance. So a lot of it has to be in our own countries, right? Meaning the richer countries. The resilience part is what you do in the vulnerable countries, right? Give the poor that ability to be able to take a shock. Now, I will use the example of earthquake, even though earthquakes are not climate. But in a way, no one ever, and Pooja is here, so she knows this much better because this is about homes and habitats. But in a way, if you think about earthquakes, no one ever dies of an earthquake. You're from Japan, you know much more about this. People don't die in an earthquake because of the earthquake. They die because the roof falls. They die because the building collapses. Right? That's the habitat part. So what I'm saying is they die because the infrastructure is weak. And where the infrastructure is strong, Japan, the same earthquake will have far less damage than where the infrastructure is weak, Haiti. That is resilience. Right? That's the technical idea of resilience. So what do vulnerable countries need? They need better roofs.
Okay.
Right? They need better construction. They need bridges that don't fall with the slightest shake. Right? That is what I meant by saying, if you are serious about climate policy, give me development policy.
Okay, the young students are watching us. They really want something from us as a lesson.
I think they want me to stop talking.
Professor Naja mentioned that the things that developed country do to help developing country is reduce their emission. It's quite insightful things. That's the reason we are getting together here in Baku to figure out how to reach climate targets by 2025. That is really helping developing country. Am I correct? And then another point, in order to enhance resilience, as you say, we have to give some instruction or financial contribution to set up quite resilient infrastructure to prevent, to adjust themselves to happening natural disaster. That's the things I can take away from your response. Yesterday, we had seminars about the community-based approach. I would like to ask you the same questions. Community itself is a really front, get the impact climate changes. Everything should start from the community because community is a patient itself. Patients know than any other, even doctor, about their body. So would you tell me why community-based approach to resilience, to enhance resilience, to prepare the disasters? In that sense, why community-based approach is quite important and necessary and effective?
Yeah. Thank you. And again, thank you for those really thought through questions. Why is community-based important? You know, community-based is kind of like resilience. It's one of those words everyone uses. When you don't know what to say resilience or say community and everyone will nod. But we need to put real meaning into it, just like on resilience and community, and you've given me the opportunity to do that. So one, as I said, you know, what do international community, rich countries do help build resilience? What do the vulnerable countries do? What do the poor, weak, vulnerable countries do? And the answer to that is community. And I'll tell you why. But before that, in some ways, I'm going to say something else that may be surprising. Climate change is a terrible thing, but like many disasters, terrible things, it has an opportunity. The opportunity it provides is to change the direction of the development curve. And that is the responsibility of the countries themselves. So here is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to radically change development directions, right? How we build roads, where we build dams, how we design schools, right? Because of why we do it, to build resilience. Now, why is community important in this? Here is the paradox, right? When we say climate change, especially to the young students, the real word is global climate change, right? So scientifically, climate doesn't change locally, climate changes globally, right? That's why the models are global. So at a mitigation level, climate is essentially a global issue, which means a carbon molecule is a carbon molecule is a carbon molecule. The molecule is going to work exactly the same whether it comes from Azerbaijan, whether it comes from Japan, or whether it comes from Pakistan. It's going to go and cause this problem, right? That's why we are here. However, and this is the community part, climate impacts are all local. Climate impacts are mostly not global. They happen in a particular place, in a particular village. The flood comes to a particular house. The cow that is lost is of a particular farmer, right? So that paradox is what the negotiators find so hard to work with. Because they are negotiating global policy, the impacts are local. And that is why community is important. Right? Because the impact is at the community level, the action agent, the agent from whom you need action is very local, is very community, right? And that is very important. Let me also, just allow me 1 minute, I know we're running out of time, but very, very short. I'll give you one example. When we think of climate policy, usually, what do we think about? We think about what I just talked, carbon, right? We think about CO2, we think about emissions, and all of climate policy becomes, how do we reduce emissions? If you reduce emissions, it becomes energy. That's why climate policy is nearly all about energy. As soon as you're talking impacts, community, you are no longer talking carbon. Because no one sees the carbon molecule, I can't taste it, I can't touch it, I don't know what it looks like. The impacts nearly always are about something else, and most of them are about water. I tell my students, if you're interested in climate, study water. Why? Think about what happens when the climate changes. Much of it is about water. The climate changes, water rises, sea level rise. Climate changes, water melts, glaciers. Climate changes, water disappears, drought. Climate changes, water falls from the sky like no one's business. Extreme events and floods, right? That is the reason why community is important in this issue. Not just because it's fashionable, but because the locus of impact and the locus of action is at the community level.
Okay. Thank you. This is Azerbaijan Technology University. I think students are curious about their future. When it comes to climate change, many people think about philanthropic approach. But we are human beings. We have to make money with our knowledge, our interest. I think climate change would give us some challenge, but another opportunity. Can be opportunity in terms of making money. For that sense, for the students,
Yeah?
would you give us some idea or your experience how to make money by using this opportunity to challenging?
If I was good at making money, I would not have been a professor.
But since you are teaching students, please tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Yeah.
What's the opportunity?
Yeah,
in
what's
terms
the
of making
opportunity?
business?
What's the economic opportunity? Two things. First of all, the best way to make money is not to lose money, right? And that is true for climate change. So the first way to think about money and climate is what is going to be the cost of this and how do I avoid that? The second is, and I think you're exactly right, the reason all over the world there are so many people who are getting interested in climate is not only because it is such an important issue, but because we are living through, these young students who are here, you are living through a structural change in the world which is bigger than any structural change I have seen. Right? So there is, and that's where the money is. The structural changes, the cars you will drive and are already driving are cars I could not have imagined when I was your age. It's not simply about technology. The driver of that, right? The driver, for example, of the EV revolution, the electric vehicle revolution, or the renewable energy revolution, has been different, right? Usually we drive technological change because something new comes up and that is cheaper, easier, better. We are now living through a massive, massive technical transformation which is nearly, not entirely, but largely driven by climate change. It's happening in energy, renewables. It is happening in transport, EVs or self-driving. It is happening in, I was trained as a civil engineer, I think what is happening in construction, what is happening in construction materials, what is happening in insulation, and what's happening in building design is one of the greatest revolutions. I'll let you in on a secret. My first 3 degrees are engineering. I then moved over to law and policy. But when I was a civil, is there any civil engineer in the room? Just one? Okay. I kind of moved away from civil engineering because I thought it was boring and I thought everything we needed to do we had done. I knew we now knew how to build buildings and there was nothing new I could do in a bridge. I regret that now because the type of technological advancement that is happening in how we build things, where we will live, how we will heat and cool the places we will live in, right? So, and I'm just picking one example. You are seeing this in food, you are seeing this in agriculture, you are seeing this in energy. So the opportunity you're talking about is that if we do this right, historically, how do humans change? If you look at the long history, 5,000 years, one of the biggest drivers, maybe the only driver of large transformation is something terrible. Terrible wars happen, terrible disease happens. Something terrible happens and people are forced to change. Something terrible is happening, but the question for us, and maybe this is to end with, the question for us is, do we have to go through a disaster to change? I think you, the young people here, you have the knowledge, you have the money, you are the first generation which produces more food than we need on this planet, yet people sleep hungry. You are the richest, most knowledge, most technology, most money that any generation has had on this planet. I have no doubt, none whatsoever, I'll end with this, that this problem is solvable. My doubt is, I think we have the knowledge to solve it. I do not know if we have the wisdom as a species to do the right thing. I hope I'm wrong.
Okay. We should be wrong. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I saw a couple of students are really keenly watching our conversation. I think that those are our hope. They will figure out how to address these situations. And that person will make money because it's great challenge, but great opportunity at the same time. Thank you.
When you do, please give me a cut.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Adil Najam and Didijan, for your session. Now we'd like to move to session 1. So if who will moderate this session, will proceed. And also Ali Una, who is on the floor, if you could also come on the stage, that would be really appreciated. And Dr. Fuad, please. And also, we'd like to thank Anna Katarina Hornich and Declan, and as well as Dr. Augustine, who will be joining via Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. As Professor Adil highlighted, that climate is a very serious crisis that we're facing. There's challenges, and if he has also told that the climate change is because of our human actions. As a result of human actions, we are close to about 8 billion people living on this planet, and we all contribute to GHG emissions. And the only way one of the ways to combat climate change is to reduce GHG emissions, and we all should play a very important role in reducing GHG emissions. But the catch here is that from 8 billion people, we want everyone else to reduce GHG emissions, but not me. I think that's the problem, right? Except me, everybody should contribute to GHG reductions. However, if we all actually worked hard to contribute to reducing GHG emissions, if we are all net zero carbon emissions, we wouldn't have had these problems. We wouldn't have this challenge. Therefore, we face this dilemma, prisoner's dilemma, where, like the other person will do it, I'll not do it. And all of us here, we talk about climate change, we go around the world talking about climate change. We say, everybody, we have to reduce GHG emissions, but not me. So that's the kind of attitude we have. So it's all of us who are sitting in this room should make a little effort to reduce GHG emissions and contribute to the fight against climate change. We have already missed the target of 1.5, but I think we'll be able to meet the target of 2 degrees centigrade. But then, it's a long journey. It's going to take another 30, 40 years. If you look at the country's commitment, China, India, or any other countries, I think it'll take about 60, 70 years from now. And we don't have, by then we could be Paris. So we need to adapt to this climate change. And these sessions actually will deal on how different countries are adapting to climate change. We cannot wait until we become net zero carbon emissions, right? We reach there. So here in these sessions, we'll have presenters from different countries who will share the experience on how they are adapting to climate change. So without wasting much time, I'd like to invite our speaker. Our speaker is Dr. Fuad Hambatov. He's the head of the divisions of international cooperations and climate change with the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources. And he's also the CEO COP29 negotiator teams in mitigation. So I invite Dr. Fuad Hambatov to kindly make his presentations.
Yes, thank you very much. Hamını salamlayıram. It's distinguished guests, esteemed friends, colleagues. It's a great privilege and it's an honor to be here. By the way, I am the chair of the UNESCO Technical Expert Group on Environment and Sustainable Development. I was elected in April of 2024. It's a great honor for me. Yes, I'm a member of the negotiation group during COP29, and this is, I say that this is a great event for Azerbaijan, and because I was also involved in negotiation last year when the other countries, including the European countries and Armenia even, would like to take this COP29 presidency. And as I'm a former diplomat, I used to work at the first sector of the Embassy of Azerbaijan in Belgium. That's why we did our best to take this COP, because COP29 is it's the first time Azerbaijan among all Turkic countries, post-Soviet countries, holding this COP29. It's a historical moment, a historical period for all of us. By the way, I am a UNFCCC expert on mitigation and GHG inventory. I am yesterday as we have very interesting meeting with GHG Management Institute alumni meeting during COP29. I am the certified expert reviewer on GHG management, GHG reviewer, GHG in IPCC, IPPU, that's industrial process and product use. And I'm going to talk about the approach, some approach regarding how we could address mitigation and adaptation actions together. Since this kind of, you know that we have the two main directions of combating climate change, mitigation issues and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and as well adaptation actions. And there are a lot of international reports, particularly, by the way, I am IPCC focal point, national focal point, and by the way, a lot of reports of IPCC and decisions of COP, CMAs emphasize the importance of integrated approach, linking mitigation and adaptation measures. It's not easy, but we have to try to do our best to link this approach, because there are a lot of, positive effects of mitigation action to adaptation ones, and vice versa. By the way, all these actions together have very positive implications and effects to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. That's why this is very crucial for now and for all countries. Sorry. Okay, that's why I called it the two sides of the same coin. This coin is climate-intended coin, and by the way, according to recent climate change climate models, without any significant actions, I mean the measures, mitigation measures, the world is headed to the 2.5 to 2.9 degrees temperature rise above the pre-industrial levels. By the way, some of our colleagues mentioned the rise of level of seas, but we witness that diminution of level in Caspian Sea. By the way, this is also some kind of a new phenomena of internal basins. That's why our president also emphasized the importance to have the perspective, have the comprehensive research on this issue among all the countries, Caspian basin countries. That's why it's very important. It's very important to have the positive scenarios to significantly reduce the climate GHG emissions. This is my base fundamental. I'm in the education is a mathematician. I'm a mathematician, and I graduated at Baku State University. And I know that which is the calculations, which calculations and what are these calculations saying us. We have only 400 billion carbon dioxide tons of limit carbon budget till 2030 to reduce these emissions. If we exceed this 400 tons, billion tons, we could not say that we could hold 1.5 degree temperature rise. This is impossible. That's why our stop of 2030, after we have to go to think about 2050, etc. That's why Azerbaijan is going also submit new NDC, national determined contribution, when we declare that our ambition, our target to to get net zero emission by 2050, net zero by 2050. It is a very ambitious target. It's like the European Union target, but anyway, this also shows that Azerbaijan is willing to be in line of the Paris Agreement requirement, and that's why our President, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, also declared in his opening speech that all the countries naming us as a fossil country or petrol oil country, but in terms of reaction, in terms of our input, if we submit our new NDC with net zero target by 2050, it means that we are also, as European countries, like to contribute to reduce these emissions and to be in line with Paris Agreement. Scale difference between mitigation and adaptation actions. As you mentioned, our colleague from Pakistan, that mitigation actions is very global issues, but okay, each country has to do to implement their own policies in terms, but it's global emissions, but we know that all climate change effects they have the local peculiarities. That's why we have to be prepared to adaptation as well as avoid maladaptation actions as well. This is also some kind of new branch of the climate change science. That's why we have to think about it. But another issue is that climate mitigation policies are much attractive for example, for multilateral development banks in terms of carbon credit mechanism implemented, but not adaptation. Adaptation is not so, very attractive in terms of finance, climate finance. That's why we have to do it integrated approach, to prepare some integrated approach in order to compensate the adaptation expenditures as well. This is also very important. In this slide, you can see the force assessment report. When we first time was mentioned about the importance of integrated approach. This I'd like to also to draw your attention to this issue. So where we could apply, where we could implement this integrated approach. First of all, the energy sector is a very vital sector, and we know that Azerbaijan is also there highly dependent on energy sector, and that's also another issue. But anyway, in the implementation of this energy project, we have to take into account adaptation measures as well. Forestry and biodiversity. By the way, if you know that fires, wood fires and forest fires was very high in Azerbaijan also in 2022. After some implementation of disaster risks, reduction measures, we managed to reduce these fires as well. Another issue, agriculture. Agriculture is also a very interesting, very sector in terms of the implementation of this approach, an integrated approach, because since as I'm going to show some calculations done by me in my last monograph, how we could calculate adaptation and effects and mitigation effects as well. Moreover, climate-smart agriculture technology has another peculiarities. We could achieve high productivity in this implementing in these technologies. Urban development, as you know, that emissions of more than 60% of the global emissions happening right now in urban places. That's why it's also very important to have some synthesis, integrated approach, all these adaptation and mitigation actions together. You know that some implementation of these policies, avoiding nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, all the other pollutants in urban places. That's why the cost-counting sectors as the urban development is also high importance for Azerbaijan. Right now I'm going to show you some calculations regarding mitigation and adaptation integrated case scenario in Azerbaijan implementing by our farmers. This is modulated in our LIP model. I'm also dealing with this prognosis, and I'm preparing some scenarios, and I'm calculating the effects on in terms of reduction of GHG emissions. I will going to show you some interesting technologies. For example, medium tillage for wheat growing. You can see here how we can do it and what is the effect on reduction. You can see there's 1,000 tons carbon dioxide reduction in 2016, and we could continue this 2024 and later on, and we will have very interesting results in terms of because during this implementation of this methodology, we could get in short term, this is increased in the composition of soil organic, and we could, regarding ploughed soils, and we apply this technology, we can constrain daily soil temperature fluctuation, its drought periods, etc. Another issue, composting practice in hazelnut production in Azerbaijan. This is also very interesting technology in terms of avoid anaerobic process when we can get methane emissions. Here, interesting, very comparative analysis shows that despite the intense increase a little bit nitrous oxide gases, we could manage to reduce the methane gases, and in total, all GHG emissions, we can get very good results in terms of reduction. By this way, composting practice is also very effective in terms of to grow the production. That's why this also increased production. That's why this is also very interesting. Drip irrigation, this is very popular for big farming organization in Azerbaijan, farmers. Since the drip irrigation is, you know that we have the very huge water shortage in Azerbaijan. This is also dealing with our neighboring countries, because our neighboring countries, Georgia and Armenia, they are not part of the Helsinki Convention. That's why we have very troubles in each year during the summer period regarding this. But that's why drip irrigation techniques in Azerbaijan, for example, apple growing, also have very interesting, by the 2 million, approximately 2 million tons of carbon dioxide reduction. This is very huge reduction. That's why implementation of windbreak also not so popular in Azerbaijan. For example, in comparison with Georgia, for example, since it's not subsidized with our banks, but it's subsidized in Georgia. Unfortunately, this is also the fact, reality. But LIP analysis also confirms that windbreak practice also is very efficient in terms of reduction, but in terms of productivity as well, it's very high results in this. Thank you very much.
Dr. Fuad, thank you very much. I think what you shared, I'm an agricultural economist myself, and some of the examples that you shared are very important. And also what you highlighted, there are some technologies, there are some techniques which is both helps in adaptations as well as in mitigations. These are some of the double-edged technology that we have at hand. Thank you so much. And our next, I'd like to pose next question to Dr. Ariana Chandrabal. She's from Mongolia. She's the head of RRCO, and then we have 3 panelists in the Zoom. They are not visible here. So I'll introduce them later. So Dr. Arina comes from Mongolia, and all of you know where Mongolia is. It's a landlocked country. Just to give you a brief background before I pose our questions. And if you look at Mongolia, it has a population of about 3.5 million. But if you look at the livestock, they have 67.1 million livestock for 3.5 million people, of which 330 millions are goat and around 30 millions are sheep. So they have huge stock of livestock. So, and also like, I don't know if you know what is jutes. In Mongolia, they suffer from the climate risks called JUDs, which is severe cold winter leading to the death and mortality of the livestock. So against this backdrop, I'd like to pose her a question that since livestock is such an important source of livelihood for people in Mongolia and is being threatened by climate change, so what are the strategies that you have in place in Mongolia to cope with climate risks, particularly for the livestock sectors? And also like Jude is so severe, right? It's threatening. So what are the strategies that you have for adapting to Jude?
Yeah. Thank you, Dil, for the introduction and giving the statistics about the Mongolian population and then also the population of the livestock, that we are having more than around 70 million heads of livestock, more than this our population. So I'm sure that if you will be engaged in this session fully until this afternoon, you will have, I hope you will have this more understanding about the ZUD that we are talking about, a very unique disaster in Mongolia, which our livestock perished due to these climate events in Mongolia, especially during the winter time. I will give this presentation afternoon, so no need to show it. I'll just talk. Just excuse me, I will give this presentation in the afternoon, so you don't need to show it now.
You can show it later.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me talk. So I'm really glad that some of our scientists, academicians, especially Dr. Adil Najam, just mentioned about the resilience, how it is important for combating or for avoiding from the climate change, and then these natural hazards arises from this climate change. So in Mongolia, actually the government of Mongolia has been working to combat with this climate change and then introducing the new approaches or new strategies to reduce the risk of the ZUD in Mongolia, the wintertime disaster in Mongolia, to prevent the livestock and to preserve this nomadic livestock husbandry that we are still practicing today. So as I am working for the United Nations Resident Coordinator of Mongolia, so UN, we are quite encouraging the government policies and offering this technical assistance to cooperate with the government, especially with the new initiative. The government calls it the new cooperatives, that the herder families can come together and then work to build their resilience against this climate-induced disaster. So what we are offering them is a quite systematic and approaches. So I would like to share some of them. So first one, we are offering them to build warm shelter for livestock. Of course, nowadays the families, they are having these shelters that protecting their livestock from this cold during the winter, also the wind. So what is different from the existing warm shelter is that, you know, our nomadic herding families, they are moving year around depending on the seasons, and then during the winter time they are using the shelters. But it is questionable whether it is the warm shelter or not, or just this barn or yarn for them. So first we need to make sure no animal dies from this cold by using this warm shelter. This means that building warm insulated shelters for the livestock to protect them from freezing temperatures and then also heavy snow. And then with proper shelter, we can significantly reduce animal deaths and help our herders save their valuable animals. That's the first step. The second step is providing nutritious feed and supplements. During the harsh winter months, actually, it is crucial to give our livestock nutritious food like green fodder, along with vitamins and minerals to keep them healthy. Well-fed animals are stronger, and then they can survive this very harsh and then very cold winter. So the next step, third step, is using shelter space for greenhouse farming. And then I'm really glad that today we're having these students from this technical university, and then hopefully they can get some ideas how their knowledge can turn into these steps to feed or to help the human being to address this climate change. So there is an innovative ideas that we can use this available space in the winter shelters to grow green vegetables. Because it is impossible for the herder families, even for the farmers, to grow these green vegetables during the winter time. So we can build this greenhouse in this warm shelter, and then grow these fresh vegetables for herders, and then also this green fodder for our animals. And then this is not only improving the food security for families, but also makes use of shelter space in a very productive way. So fourth one is like turning animal waste into biogas. So right now, about 51% of the greenhouse gas emissions of Mongolia come from livestock waste. So we can turn this problem into a solution. With this right technology, we can use livestock manure to produce biogas. In that case, we can produce the renewable energy, and then using this renewable energy, the herder families can use this snow that we're having during the winter time to make it melt, and then have this hot water. And it also addresses this hygiene. Because in the rural areas, as you may know, that when you stay in a ger, we don't have this proper facility for the hygiene, for toiletry, and then also for the shower. So we can create this kind of environment to our herder families. So the fifth steps is the boosting livelihoods through value-added products. And then Sir also mentioned about that how we can enhance the economy, and then make our people resilient by using these economic conditions. So healthy animals and better living conditions can lead to the new income opportunities for our livestock herders. For example, herders can produce high quality dairy products, like you mentioned about the goat number. So the goat cheese, which is delicacy in many countries, so we can export our goat cheese and then make more profitable, or make more money, or make alternative livelihood source for the herder family. And then also diversifying products not only boosts income, but also helps herders become more financially stable. And then if you become financially stable, you can be resilient, you can combat against these harsh winter conditions. The sixth one, it is purely connected to the technology, especially this satellite technology. So Mongolia, we are having only 3.5 million people with 1.6 million square kilometers. So we have huge land. It is sometimes really difficult to reach every corner of Mongolia. So through this satellite technology, we can reach in every corner of Mongolia, and then reach every household through the internet. So this would allow also children to attend school online, no matter how far out they are in the countryside. So it would also enable herders to stay connected, access new farming techniques, and also improve their businesses with the latest knowledge and technology. Who knows that our herders can, sell their goats through this Alibaba or this Amazon, something like that. So the seventh step, it is developing sustainable winter tourism, which is one possible livelihood source for the herder families. And then, as for your information, since last year the government of Mongolia announced the year of the tourism, and then we are welcoming the tourists from around the world by offering this very pleasant visa waiver program. So this is one alternative for our herders. And then this with warm shelters, healthy animals, and modern connectivity, herders could also create an additional source of income through winter tourism. Like they can advertise themselves using this booking.com or Airbnb. And then visitors could stay in traditional Mongolian yurt, we call it ger, and experience this nomadic way of life while enjoying the comforts of internet access and then other modern amenities like toilets and the showers, etc. And then also this would give visitors a unique cultural experience and help promote sustainable tourism in rural community of Mongolia, benefiting the local communities. So in conclusion, this strategy offers a practical, step-by-step approach to help herders and livestock endure the harsh winter conditions of Sud. It is also it is all about improving their livelihoods, protecting our animals, and creating more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ariana, for sharing the experiences from Mongolia. I come from Bhutan, and Bhutan also have lots of livestock, and we have lots of nomadic people. They actually move from cold places in winter to warmer places in the winter seasons, and they go back. So we have these problems, and I think there's so much to learn from you, the experience that you have in Mongolia. Thank you so much. Now our next speaker is Dr. Anna-Katharina Hornich. She's the director for German Institute for Development and Sustainability. She's out here. She has lots of experience in working on water issues. As you know, as Professor Adil and also Dr. Fuad had highlighted how water and climate change is so interrelated, right? I mean, so the impact that you feel today because of the climate is through water. And that's why water is such an important area to understand the linkage between climate, water, agriculture, and migration. So I'd like to request Dr. Anna-Katharina to share her views about the interlinkages between climate, water, agriculture, and migrations.
Thank you so much, Dil. It's very nice to be here with all of you and be able to share some of the work that we are doing here in Germany at this event. I also very much want to thank Dr. Dean Sonobe, and I think there's also Prof. Bambang from Indonesia. I've seen that the rector of the Azerbaijan Technical University is in the room. Thank you so much for this opportunity to engage with all of you. I want to share some work that has been done by the German Advisory Council on Global Change, and I just hold up, I hope you can see it, hold up the newly published flagship report briefly. We called it, or we wrote it on water in a heated world, and are referring here to the dynamics that unfold between a warming climate as well as a geopolitically more and more heated world, tense international reordering processes that are going on. Within that field of water in a heated world, we shed light on that we observe regional water emergencies unfolding across the globe, either in the shape of floods. One of the previous speakers referred to the floods in Pakistan. We were just witnessing the floods in parts of West Africa, also in parts of Europe. The other element, of course, are droughts increasing between 2002 and 2021. Around 1.4 billion people were affected by droughts. And of course, in this interplay of extreme weather events in the shape of floods or droughts, the riskscapes unfold and make it more and more difficult to invest into long-term planning, and at the same time a lot more important to do exactly this. And I just want to point to three elements of this report very briefly to carry this discussion and also an insight for you how we advise the German government to act on the international level with regard to water and climate issues to this table. So one of the elements the report argues is with the regional water emergencies unfolding riskscapes of planetary dimensions in the background, we see that agriculture continues to play, of course, a crucial role in water abstraction. Around 72% of all freshwater abstraction takes place for agriculture, and of course it is a crucial area for people to live with and live off. But that also means that agriculture plays an important role when we think about climate resilient water governance. And here we particularly want to point to green water, so the water bound in the soil, in the plants, and underline the investments necessary into ecosystem-based approaches to water governance in the sense of keeping groundwater levels up, investing into the sponge potential of the landscapes, and understanding agriculturalists and farmers as green water caretakers, to underline the element of green water in policy making on the international level as well as on national levels, and respect that water governance is always a multi-level activity that is very context specific, but requires those people who live with the ecosystems directly to understand themselves not only as blue water caretakers, but also as caretakers of the green water, the water that is bound in the plants and in the soil, and often is neglected in water governance. I want to apologize. I want to point to the second element, and this is the role and interplay between state and non-state actors in water governance. Here we underline that and call for proactive state. If we think of some world regions where we have observed a lot of privatization taking place within the sector of water, it is very important to underline again and again, water is a common good and has to be taken care by guardians that have the global common good in mind. And here we see the state and the proactive state, the caring state in the leading role. And at the same time, that also means that non-state water governance, so what is often called informal water governance, local level water governance of smallholder farmers, etc., self-organized governance, has to be not only respected but even supported and shaped, supported through state activities, also financially. We see in some world regions, especially where we have a lot of irrigated agriculture, that fragmented water governance between formal and state-driven water governance and non-state informal water governance can actually lead to nearly a competition between the two different systems. Myself, I've been working in Central Asia for many years, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan mainly, and here we have very fragmented water governance systems, those that aim and are under direct control of the state, looking at cash crop production, cotton and wheat, and those that are self-governed, often there's a gender element involved, often a lot more small scale and livelihood oriented in the communities. And here the report emphasizes the role of these different water governance systems working together. And working together means, again, a proactive and supportive and caring state that supports self-governance, which also means creates space, legal space for that self-governance to unfold, and in line actually with the integrated water resources management. Dil, I know I only have a few minutes, so I come to my last point. Here we look at the whole level of the UN water process that has been initiated over the past year and is unfolding in the coming year with the UN water conference planned for the end of actually the month just before our current Secretary General is stepping down. So it is an important and in a way legacy, part of a legacy project also, and an important process. And we're of course very happy that Ibu Retno Marsudi from Indonesia has taken on the role as the water envoy. Here what we want to underline is the importance to advise our governments to work indeed towards an international water strategy. Of course, we know how difficult it is. Water is, because also of water shortages, a highly politicized topic in some regions. That is, of course, the case. At the same time, it is so crucial for life and a field of cooperation that over the years, I mean, historically speaking, again and again has actually brought the world community together. I just refer once again to the International Water Resource Management, IWRM, discussions, for instance. And we want to really underline the importance of this UN water envoy, the UN water process, and advise towards an international water strategy. That of course then also requires the investment into a scientific or science to policy advisory capacity that has to be built up and has to ensure that this scientific advisory capacity represents the diversity of science systems around the world. And that of course is not easy. If you look at similar endeavors in the climate field, of course, for instance, the IPCC, we know this is again and again an endeavor that requires a lot of resources. So we are not looking at a water-related IPCC, to put it that way, but rather argue for a coordination body that brings together the existing water expertise from different world regions and on the international level together, coordinates it and enables here the systematic advisory process based on the existing data that we have with regard to water availabilities and their fluctuation on the level of the UN water process. I will stop here. I would love to discuss more details. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna Katarina. Thank you so much. I think you hear from Anna Katarina, you hear from Professor AzTU, and also from Fuad, that water is such an important resource, and it's so scarce now, and the scarcity of water is being recognized every day. So it's very important that we have water governance, not only at the local level, but also at the national and also international level, which is so complex and complicated. So yeah, thank you so much, Anna Katarina, for sharing this great report with us. Now our next speaker is Dr. Declan McGay. He is the principal economist at Asian Development Bank Institute. Just to give you a brief background, he has worked extensively on the Himalayas, Hindu Kush Himalayas. I don't know, I'm sure most of you knows where Hindu Kush Himalayas is. It has glaciers across the Himalayas, and it sustains the life and livelihood of almost 1 billion people. Anything happening, climate change is dramatically affecting these Himalayan regions. And any changes on the Himalayan regions will, disrupt the life and livelihood of millions, billions of people who live downstream. So Declan has been working extensively in this area. So my questions to you, Declan, is that since you come from Asian Development Bank, and your Asian Development Bank perspective on how to use these financial incentives, and also other mechanisms to help in adaptation strategies in the Hindu Kush Himalayan regions, particularly protecting the livelihoods of the poor and vulnerable group living there. Declan.
Thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure to be here and have a chance to sort of talk to all of you. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I have to say it's fantastic listening to everybody before and all the amazing speakers. I think the only difficulty I'm going to have with this event is the lack of opportunity to have further discussions and to sort of delve more into some of what people are saying, because a lot of very important things have been said. So yeah, real pleasure. And thank you very much for the question. And I know, of course, you're from Bhutan, so you know these stories much better than I. I'm still very much learning and trying to understand all of these things more and see what we can do in the ADB to try and help as much as we can our member countries to respond to some of the challenges. So I'm happy to try and relate this to the mountain regions, and I think the angle when I was talking to you before to take is around the issue of accelerating glacial melt due to climate change. But not just glacial melt, of course. It's also snow melt, it's permafrost thaw, and of course it's, as was said earlier, it's the interaction, of course, with a lot of other hazards. I think it's also useful to take a step back, and it's maybe touching on some of the points that have already been made, but just to think about the scale of the challenge. And if we pick up on the Hindu Kush Himalayas, which you were talking about, if we look at current emission trends, we're talking about around an 80% loss in ice volume by the end of the century. And as you said, we're talking about billions of people. Around 2 billion people depend on the water from the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And this goes to well over 2 billion people if you look at other mountain ranges in Asia. Now, at the end of the century, of course, it might seem like a long way away, but of course it doesn't happen in one day. You don't just wake up one day and 80% of your glaciers are gone. It's a gradual, albeit accelerating process, and it's going to have different impacts on different regions, and it's going to be different depending where you are in a river basin. So there's going to be a lot going on, and there's a lot that we're going to have to learn and understand as the process evolves. If you're in mountain regions, you're going to see increased exposure to multi-hazard risks, glacial lake outburst floods, landslides, as a result of an increased water runoff from the glaciers. And the glaciers have grown, glacial lakes, for example, have grown in size and number by about 50% since the 90s, right? So you can see that the ice is going into these lakes, and then that then playing out in other risks. And we're seeing more glacial lake outburst floods. So we saw one in Nepal in Thame in August, of course Sikkim in 2023. We've already talked as well about sort of what happened in Pakistan in 2022. We have Malamchi in Nepal in 2021, so on and so forth. Now, as the volume of the glaciers recede, the water runoff will decline. And in the Hindu Kush Himalayas, peak water is estimated to be around 2050. And so then after peak water, you're still going to have the multi-hazard risks, particularly as the risks interact with other risks such as geophysical risks and changing precipitation patterns. But then maybe touching on what Anna Katerina was saying, you're also going to have major issues around water scarcity, and how do you feed the 2 billion people that are depending on the water in the Hindu Kush Himalayas. So maybe just to come back to your question, let me focus then on the work that I am familiar with is maybe some recent work ADB has been doing in Bhutan and Nepal. And it's under what we're calling the Building Adaptation and Resilience in the Hindu Kush Himalayas project. And in short, what we're trying to do is we're trying to help Bhutan and Nepal find solutions to develop climate resilient infrastructure in light of higher multi-hazard risk. So the first step, to finding a financial solution, and you asked me about financial solutions, is you really have to understand the problem, right? And you have to get as accurate an understanding of the risk as is possible. So here, what's really important is strengthening multi-hazard risk assessment and its availability. So you've got to be able to do probabilistic multi-hazard climate and disaster risk modeling. It's got to be dynamic, so you've got to be able to model future climate scenarios. You've got to map assets, right? So you want to be able to overlay your hazard maps with infrastructure and population centers. And then, of course, and again, touching on some of what people have said before, you've got to think about transboundary factors, because many of the hazards are transboundary in nature. And what ADB is trying to do is, I suppose, we're trying to take a catchment approach to some of these things and some of these assessments. And ultimately, to be frank, we're interested in how we can make it cheaper and easier for everybody to do good multi-hazard risk assessment, whether that's public or private sector. The second thing then is being able to act on this improved understanding, right, by better managing risk. So risk assessment must be then used to design more resilient infrastructure. So risk management needs to be integrated into economic analysis, so good decisions are being made around what level of risk will be accounted for in design, what level of risk will be transferred, and so on. So you've really got to make sure that these assessments don't remain assessments on a shelf somewhere or in some MIS somewhere, that they're actually being used and sort of being brought to bear. And so then in terms of financing, what does this mean? And I think what's important here is that we think about it both from the public and the private sector angle. Because what we're seeing is, of course, is that the infrastructure being built that's being exposed to this increased hazard risk, that's funded both by the public and the private sector, right? So you cannot just think about one, you've got to think about both. On the public sector side, institutions like ADB, we can mobilize concessional funding, right, through co-financing, and we can think about how we help the cost implications of increased multi-hazard risk. But doing it on a project or a case-by-case basis, it's uncertain. You might not get the resources, and it's inefficient, right? It's maybe not the most efficient way of doing things. So we also need to think about more systemic and systematic solutions that can be done at a program or a country scale. So for example, ADB is in Nepal. We're looking to set up a green and resilient financing facility investment program. Bit of a mouthful in terms of a title. But the idea here is really to think about how we find solutions, some of the financing solutions at a country level, rather than going on a project-by-project basis, which, as I said, it can work, but it can be uncertain and it can have a high transaction cost. But in addition, and I think this stuff is really important to talk about it, it's not very sexy, but it is really, really important. It's the hard work of working with ministries of finance to work with them on how you do good economic analysis and how you provision for risk. And these nuts and bolts of good risk management and good public financial management, frankly, are critical if countries then want to be able to mobilize funding at scale beyond MDBs, so for example, going to capital markets. And again, MDBs are able to play a role in supporting its member countries going out and tapping capital markets with credit enhancements to de-risk, which can help countries get lower rates. But that only works if you've done the nuts and bolts in terms of how you do your economic analysis, how you do your risk provisioning. On the private sector side, I think it's important to think about the problem from two sides. On the one hand, there's a need to regulate to ensure that there are incentives to do good risk management or to do it well, right? For example, at the point of borrowing, right? So if there's going to be a loan for a particular project, what are the standards of risk assessment and risk management that we're hoping to see? So there has to be a regulation side to it, a policy side. But on the other side, as I said earlier, we have to make it cheaper and easier for everybody, including the private sector, to do good risk assessment and risk management. So looking at how we can make high quality data and methods openly available. How do we make sure and work with the financial sector to ensure that there's a comprehensive set of instruments available to the private sector? You know, for example, insurance is an obvious one in that space. And of course, institutions like ADB can play a really, really critical role in helping countries set up this architecture, but also then by helping de-risk through blended financing mechanisms, at least in the early stages of market development where that's really needed. And so I would say, like on the whole, institutions like ADB have a critical role to play, both to invest in this institutional architecture that needs to be there, but also I think what's really important for ADB is that we're using our pipelines, and what I mean by that is the projects that we are lending money to our member countries for, that we're also using them as opportunities to develop good practice, and then we're doing the work of making sure that that good practice is packaged and disseminated more broadly so that we're able, I suppose, to take some of that kind of project preparation and development risk as well. A last note I would just say, and then I'll stop here, is just this regional cooperation angle, and I think this has come up again in some of the previous talks. And I think this again is a place where we would see MDBs, including ADB, having a role to play. And it's really important, and it's of course not just about it is about sharing good practices, but it's not just about that. It's really coming back to the fact that hazards are transboundary in nature, and many of the solutions, and I suppose this is really building on what somewhat Anna Katerina was saying before me, but many of the solutions there are going to require regional action and regional approaches, and I think that's really, really important just to underline that again. But again, thank you very much. Real pleasure talking to you all, and I really hope I get the chance to meet many of you and the other panelists in person very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Declan. You are a real expert of the Hindu Kush Himalayas. I'm humbled. And thanks to ADB for their great work in the Hindu Kush Himalayas, because I am from Hindu Kush Himalaya, and Hindu Kush Himalaya is very close to my heart. So every night when I go to sleep, I always think whether my children and grandchildren will be able to see the snow that we have seen. So thank you so much for the great work. Now, our next speaker is from Africa. He's Dr. Augustine. He's the Deputy Director of Climate Change Mitigations, Green Growth Transitions. He's from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Kenya. As you know, Africa, particularly Sub-Saharan Africa, is actually very vulnerable to climate change. They have suffered a lot from the climate change. You can see decline in the agricultural productions, and there are lots of institutions. Actually, I lived in Addis Ababa and also in Nairobi for a long time working in the agriculture sectors. And I know the challenges that the agriculture sectors in Africa faces from climate change. So with this, now may I invite Dr. Augustine to kindly share his experience, particularly from the adaptations perspective in the agriculture sectors in Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, participants. I don't know whether I can be heard well.
Yes, we can hear you very loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure actually to be here today, although I was actually supposed to join you physically, but because of the nature of the negotiations that I'm following up here in Baku, it became very difficult for me to leave the negotiation rooms and join you physically in Azerbaijan Technical University. So my apologies, but nonetheless, because of these virtual connections, we are able to meet again together. So as you rightly puts it, there are a lot of challenges that are facing African countries, especially in terms of building resilience in sustainable agriculture and infrastructure development, because the continent actually grapples with significant climate impacts, economic constraints, and social issues. Kenya, in particular, has been at the forefront of these challenges too, with severe climate events like droughts, floods, and changing weather patterns, impacting both agricultural productivity and infrastructure durability. It was really very nice listening to my predecessors who have just talked very aptly about climate issues and issues to do with water, issues to do with resilience, issues to do with how we look at climate in terms of development, not necessarily trying to respond to disasters that are caused by climate. And the key challenges that we have in Africa's sustainable agriculture and infrastructure development is really this climate vulnerability. Africa, as you know, is highly vulnerable to climate variations due to its geographical statistics that make it especially vulnerable to climate change. Droughts, floods, and rising temperatures threaten both the agriculture sector and infrastructure sector. In Kenya, currents have really devastated our crops, devastated our livestock, and our water resources. While unpredictable floods have destroyed infrastructure like roads and bridges. So Kenya has really suffered a lot in terms of these extreme weather events. When you have floods, it's really terrible. It comes in torrents. When you have drought, we lose a number of livestock that we depend on. You find people even actually losing crops en masse, and therefore issues of famine crops in, and it puts a lot of burden to government. Vulnerability is one biggest challenge for African countries. We also have a problem with limited funding and investment. Financing for climate resilient projects is often limited. You find that many African countries face fiscal constraints and rely on international funding, which can be inconsistent or limited in scope. Projects often require significant upfront investment, which can be challenging given competing national priorities, which in most cases actually are responding to climate disasters. So you realize that most African countries, in fact, most of their financial, from actually investing in climate development projects into actually investing in reactive response to disasters that have been caused. And therefore, most of the money that the government have otherwise spent on building resilience actually going to addressing disasters. Because climate events, disaster events, have really happened in Africa more frequently than before. And therefore, you find that most of the time, we spend our resources responding to these disasters that have just happened. We also have a challenge of low technological adoption. We realize that agricultural innovation, which could improve resilience, is often limited by low adoption rates of new technology. The use of climate-smart farming techniques and resilient infrastructure construction materials is low due to costs, lack of technical knowledge, and limited access to markets. You realize that even as we try to embrace a technology that can link us to market issues, again you find that our market space is constrained. And therefore you find that during the times when conditions are good and high production in terms of agricultural productivity, you realize that again we lose quite a number of farm produce into drought, into climate. We lose a lot of our products as a result of very small marketplace where we could actually deliver these products into. And then you find again our knowledge, technical knowledge is also a little bit low in Africa, where we need to have a lot of capacity building to train the communities on how they can actually make use of some of these technologies. And again, accessing some of these technologies again is a little bit expensive. Therefore, because of issues to do with poverty, constraints due to poverty, lead to not many community members actually accessing some of these technologies because of the cost. As I said, again, one of the challenges is about the knowledge gaps, which I've just talked about. Then you have social inequities, rural and vulnerable populations, including men and marginal communities, are disproportionately affected by climate impacts. Without targeted efforts, such communities face greater risks from climate-related food insecurity and infrastructure failures. So what are the innovative strategies and projects that we have undertaken as a country in Africa that can salvage some of these identified projects and programs? What are these innovative solutions that we have actually identified? One is the policy and community engagement. Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy is one community policy that we are actually proud of because it is a strategy that provides a framework for scaling climate smart agriculture practices across the country. I'm reducing my tone because I realize I'm in a place where many people are and everyone is trying to catch up and to 1, 2, 3. So I reduce my voice so that at least I don't interfere with them. So ladies and gentlemen, policy and community engagement is a very, very important innovative strategy that countries must look into in order to really improve on climate adaptation and resilience. Because as I said, we must have policies that are developmental in nature and try to improve resilience of communities. So as I said, for Kenya, one of the policy is climate smart agriculture. And another very important strategy is financing locally led climate action. We call it FLOCA in Kenya. Here, we are trying to bring communities on board because all the policies and strategies that do not have communities on become very difficult to implement because the people we are targeting are the communities themselves who can bear the brunt of climate action. If we don't bring them on board, then it becomes even to decide some projects to build them. So for Kenya, we have a program which we are calling Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, which is a pioneering initiative aimed at empowering communities to implement climate adaptation and resilience projects through direct funding and decision-making authority. What we do is we give the communities authority to decide on what is it that can build their resilience based on their historical assessment, historical knowledge. Then they can come up and identify what are these resilient initiatives that they think could be supported. And then the program now targets the money directly there into the communities themselves. You know, currently the way we are doing things is we have government departments where we fund, and then you realize that those government departments spend a lot of money, maybe in meetings, and then you find the little money that remains, that goes to the ground, do not create any meaningful impact in terms of building resilience to the communities. So for us, we are changing this narrative, and we are taking the money directly to the ground. This project, or this program, was launched with support from the World Bank, under the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, and it aligns with Kenya's climate goals by prioritizing local action. The key features of this FLOCA program is program is localized funding. That is one of the key features that is very important for FLOCA. The program allocates resources directly to counties and local communities, ensuring climate financing reaches those most impacted by climate change. It addresses the need for community-specific solutions in agriculture, water management, and disaster risk reduction. It also has one feature of community ownership. Through participatory approaches, local communities identify their climate-related needs, design interventions, and foresee implementation, fostering a sense of ownership and sustainability. So it is their approaches. They identify them, they implement them, they monitor them, and they make sure that sustainability is ensured. And then again, capacity building at the local level. So FLOCA also builds local capacities for managing climate risks, improving community resilience, and promoting sustainable livelihoods. Since we started this program, it has enabled communities to initiate projects that directly address local climate challenges. Its success is a model for bottom-up climate financing has attracted international attention, providing a framework that other countries can adopt to support locally led climate initiatives. When you look at initiatives like climate smart agriculture initiatives, we are talking about regenerative agriculture. In the regenerative agriculture program, we promote techniques like crop rotation, conservation tillage, and agroforestry. And because we already have this financing locally led climate action on the ground, it becomes very easy now for the program, through its capacity building feature, to now generate some of this regenerative agriculture together with communities. And therefore, this becomes now one of the ways of building resilience to the communities and by the communities themselves. You find programs like integrating tree-sweet crops, which stabilizes the soils, conserve moisture, and increase biodiversity. This method has been especially effective in dry areas, such as parts of eastern and northeastern Kenya. We are also using drought-resistant crops under climate smart agriculture. So our government and organizations like the International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, have been working to develop and promote drought-resistant varieties such as millet and sorghum.
Wrap up?
Can I?
Can you please wrap up?
Oh, yeah, let me wrap up. So we also have agri-technology innovations like digital agriculture, irrigation projects. We have infrastructure resilience like green infrastructure, flood resilient roads, and these are projects that have potential for scaling up across Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I know, everybody wants to leave because they want to go out. You are really tired. You have been here all day, since morning. But I'd like to give just 1 minute to each speaker so that they can give one last point to each of you, starting with Fuad. One last point from you. Yes, message.
My last point is regarding to capacity building and to mainstreaming climate change to all universities, as this university as well, because it's very important because we could do it together with Minister of Ecology, other institutions, since maybe to input to prepare some curriculums here. For example, for early warning system in Azerbaijan, we have a great necessity to bring model simulations, some risk modeling, etc., and preparedness, and to find good solutions for adaptation and mitigation issues. That's why I would like to also be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ariona, your last point.
Thank you. As this session is hosted by, co-hosted by this technical university, I think that leveraging science, technology, and innovation makes the world different, especially addressing the climate change. So let's use this science and technology and innovation for addressing the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna Katerina, can we have your last point? Oh, she left. Okay. Declan, can we have your last sentence?
Sure. I'm going to build on what Ariuna said, and say I think the science and the technology is so important, and I think it's really important that we find a way to make a bridge from the science and technology to the ministries of finance and the banking sector, so that we can really make sure that we're going to have an impact on solutions at scale, where the money is flowing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Augustine, do you have your last point?
Yeah, I think my last point is let us look at climate change in the lens of development, other than looking at it as a challenge and always addressing it through disaster management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand. Thank you very much. I call an end to these sessions, and I think we go out. We have some announcement here.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please let's join our group photo outside, and coffee break will reduce. Instead of 40 minutes, it will be 20 minutes only. So let's be back at 11:50. But now, please, everyone, let's go outside for a group photo. Everyone is welcome. Huh? Outside. Outside.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Yes, okay, okay. So,
Recording in progress.
all set for Zoom. So if you could kindly take a seat, I would appreciate, especially, would you like to take a seat? Okay, so then we will start the second part of this conference. First, I'd like to invite Professor Bamban and also Dr. Fariz, if you could come on the stage and then deliver the keynote conversation too.
Thank you. Thank you for introduction. It's my pleasure to start this keynote meeting. And it's more than pleasure to introduce Professor Bambang Podinegro. Let me provide some background information about him. He is now the Special Advisor for the President of Economic Affairs and National Development. I think it's very important position for the country like Indonesia. Indonesia, as you know, is an archipelago nation with the two main islands, which has specific, distinct feature, unlike other countries. Islands interconnected with each other, huge natural resources and human resources as well, which is very important. So Professor Bambang Podinegro, he's also former Indonesian Minister of Finance. He's now working at the University of Indonesia at the Faculty of Economics and Business. Well, I've seen his very brilliant background and profile. His bio is very interesting. He's a graduate from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, taking master in urban planning. Also, he had a PhD in the same discipline, in the same area, urban and regional planning, which is also very important, I guess, for the country like in Indonesia. As I mentioned, he worked as Minister of Finance for Indonesia for a certain period of time, and he is now also head of the National Development Planning Agency, BAPENAS, if I may say. From 2016 to 2019, he was head of that very important agency. Also, he was the Minister of Research and Technology, head of Research and Innovation Agency, national for 2019-2021. Sorry. So, Mr. Bambang, you had very interesting, very important, I would say very broad profile in your background. So, as a government agency, I know you had very good experience in analyzing and providing solutions on the climate change and other issues faced by Indonesia. So maybe I can start with the question which is related to the Indonesia itself. As I mentioned earlier, the audience, Indonesia is the archipelago nation, which also has a distinct feature and requires, I would say, distinct approach in tackling these challenges. So, Professor, what strategies or the war approaches, what tools do you believe should be handled and provided to be more effective in energy transition in the nations like Indonesia, which has, again, a distinct feature, like ACTA nation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mamadov, Dean Sonobe, and of course all distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm glad to be part of this event, and especially thank you for the invitation from ADBI, as well as from the host of Azerbaijan Technical University. So, talking about Indonesia in the challenge of climate change, I believe we have listened to the previous presentation, and one thing that struck me that aside from our biggest issue on the forestry, land use, and also energy, I think many countries in the world also face the challenge from agriculture sector when it comes to the greenhouse gas emission. So if you remember the case of Azerbaijan with the wheat production that also can produce some greenhouse gas emission, the story from Mongolia about the livestock, we also have similar issue with the rice farming, because our rice farming is also the potential producer of methane and of course all type of greenhouse gas emission. But today we are going to focus on energy transition. And in Indonesia, energy is the second biggest source of our greenhouse gas emission. The first one is forestry and land use. And if you know that Indonesia has one of the largest rainforests in the world, so that's why we are kind of responsible trying to protect the rainforest, prevent the deforestation in order to help the global community to battle with the climate change. When it comes to the energy transition, of course you need to realize the size of Indonesia. Maybe many people know that Indonesia has the fourth largest population in the world, 280 million population around, by today. But then not many people realize that our area of the country is also quite huge. To fly from the western edge of Indonesia to the eastern edge of Indonesia is about similar with the flight from London to Ankara or from LA to New York, 5 to 6 hours flight. So you can imagine that our country is so big. 2/3 of our country actually is water, 1/3 is the land. So it means our challenge is, as the largest archipelagic nation, how to provide the energy equally but using the sustainable way. So the biggest issue is the imbalance between supply and demand. So in Indonesia, economy is very well dominated by the western part. 80% of our economy coming from the western side of the country. So the demand for electricity, demand for energy is there. While the supply, in terms of renewable energy, mostly come from the eastern part of the country. So there is imbalance between where the demand happens and where the supply is. So of course, the challenge is how to create the national grid, national transmission system for electricity that can, of course, send the renewable energy from the eastern side of Indonesia to the western side, where the demand is. So this is the very first challenge, and maybe not many countries in the world have to face this kind of challenge. Yes, China, Russia, US, India is much bigger than us in terms of the continent, but they are a continent. So you can create the national grid all on the surface, all on the land. While in our case in Indonesia, we have to provide the national grid. Maybe majority will have to depend on the submarine cable. And you know how expensive the investment in submarine cable to connect the electricity or to provide transmission among islands in Indonesia. We have 5 major islands, bigger islands, but we have much more than that, smaller islands. And people live in scatterly in all those islands. Of course, 60% of the Indonesian people live in Java, which is not the biggest island, but the most populated island, where the demand of electricity will be heavily concentrated. So today, we still depend so much on fossil fuel, coal, gas, and oil or diesel fuel. For these three, of course, you don't have issue if you are in the archipelagic country. Why? Because all of them are basically easily transportable. You can bring the coal from the mining into the power plant easily using any ship, vessel to bring the coal from the mining site to the power plant site. Same with the gas. You can bring the gas. I think Azerbaijan is very rich in natural gas. You can bring the gas from the source of the gas using LNG, liquefied natural gas, to the destination gas power plant. And the same, of course, with the diesel fuel. But renewable energy, of course, totally different story. You cannot bring the sun from one area to the other area. The sun will be there. The wind will be there, you know. So it means what you have to do, you have to provide is the big transmission, the big system of national grid. And that's why we need to invest, aside from, of course, investment in renewable energy itself, we need to invest a lot in this transmission. So this is a challenge for archipelagic country. But of course, the challenge is not just the issue of the national grid. And just to tell you that so far we don't have the inter-island grid today, because each island usually has its own independent grid system. And of course now it's still okay because we still use the fossil fuel. But we have to move to renewable energy, and that's why one of the very first steps is to make sure the inter-island grid. The second will be we have to rely on electricity storage. While today the price of electricity storage is still relatively expensive, not really affordable for the people in order to get the electricity. So this is another challenge. Of course, you can build still the independent system, but it has to be equipped with electricity storage. And then another alternative, because we still have so-called remote island, remote areas, underserved areas, then we can build kind of decentralized grid system in which we can utilize our source of renewable energy from micro hydro, from solar PV, of course, and third one is from the biomass. And I think I like to also tell many people from different parts of the world, why don't we also pay attention more to biomass? Biomass is, I think, has a lot of potential. In Indonesia itself, it has about 32 gigawatts potential. And how can we get the biomass? There are two sources. One is from agroforestry, so forestry, but intended more to supply the biomass. Bamboo is one of the example. And of course, maybe in Azerbaijan or other part of the world, you can have different type of agroforestry as a feedstock for the biomass. The second potential feedstock for biomass is coming from the waste or from the husk. So maybe you have wheat husk. In our case, we have rice husk, or we have the waste from palm oil. We have waste from different type of plantation. That could be another source for the biomass. And it will be good for relatively local grid system. So now you can imagine that energy transition is not easy. But of course we have to deal with that. We have to combine between the technology, we have to invest a lot, so financing is really necessary. And the third one, of course, political will. At the end, it's about the political will, whether we really want to shift from our dependence to fossil fuel into the renewable energy. So I think, Professor Mamadov, that could be so-called my initial response when Indonesia has to fulfill, of course, our commitment to Paris Agreement and especially on energy transition.
Thank you, Professor. By the way, I'm traveling next week to Jakarta, so I hope I'll see it with my own words, on my own voice, hopefully, with the universities. Thank you very much for the broad information on the, what is the Indonesia doing, and by the way, your global solution as well. So what about financing issues? I know you probably heard about just energy transition planning or the other financing issues. Do you think are these financing mechanisms are effective, or do you think they should be probably approached specifically for each country? What do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. As I mentioned at the beginning, at the end of my previous statement, financing is really a key, especially for developing countries or emerging countries like Indonesia, and especially, of course, many other countries in the world. So JETP, or Just Energy Transition Partnership, I think is a good beginning from 2 points of view. The first point of view is a gesture from the developed economy, advanced economy, and also the private sector into the energy transition issue in developing country. So it's very good gesture. At least the advanced economy trying to, quote unquote, help the emerging countries how to deal with energy transition smoothly. The second gesture would be, second point of view would be, this JETP could be, an initial model for blended finance. I myself still believe blended finance is the best way to finance energy transition, especially in the developing and low-income economy. Why? Because blended financing trying to combine different type of financing sources. Grant, which is zero interest, right? And grant could be coming from your own budget, government budget. Grant could be coming from bilateral grant. For example, the grant from countries like, for example, Japan used to have a lot of grants to Indonesia. So this is another type of grant. And don't forget, another potential source of grant, the philanthropy. So I think the idea of having COP, Conference of Parties, is how to, how to encourage the philanthropic to be involved in this energy transition through blended financing. So grant is one of the components. The another component would be concessional financing. So who can give concessional financing? ADB is one of them, Asian Development Bank, and any other member of MDBs, Multilateral Development Bank and International Financial Institution. So of course Azerbaijan is a member of ADB, so ADB will be there for you for the energy transition. But of course countries in Africa will try to get the involvement from African Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank in the case of South America, and of course the World Bank itself for the whole global. So this is the concessional financing, and the third is the guarantee, which is very important because guarantee will be very much needed in order for private sector to invest in less developed economy, developing or low-income economy. And guarantee can be provided by special agency, but also can be provided by the MDBs. World Bank, ADB, and other MDBs member have this kind of guarantee scheme. And last but not least, the combination of guarantee, concessional financing, and the grant will be intended to mobilize as much as possible private sector financing to the energy transition. And this is the ultimate goal of blended financing. So it means whenever you try to promote the private financing to be involved in energy transition, you need to really mobilize this grant, concessional financing, and guarantee all together in order to attract more private financing. And of course, as I mentioned before, JETP will be a very good beginning. Maybe we need to increase the grant portion of the JETP, but it's okay. We can start small as long as we can prove that this model will work, at least for the case in Indonesia. But of course, the investment from JETP should not be limited only to renewable energy investment. It should also be intended for energy efficiency. Don't forget that sometimes the way to deal with greenhouse gas emission is to reduce the energy itself by promoting efficiency. Energy efficiency can be done through technology. It means that we need to invest in technology through the scheme like JETP. And don't forget also, we need to deal with some sectors in our economy that will be hard to eliminate their pollution. Those sectors, for example, manufacturing and heavy industry. We need manufacturing for our economic growth driver, but then manufacturing will produce its own emission. It's hard to abate. It means that we need to invest for technology, at least to minimize the emission from the manufacturing. So by combining that, I believe the idea of JETP or the idea of blended finance in energy transition will be the way for us, for many countries in the world, to have energy transition right on their way, and more importantly, they don't have to rely on their own financing, but rather we can mobilize investment from private sector, as long as this private sector will be fully supported by the government and also by blending their high interest financing with zero or low interest financing.
Thank you, Professor. I don't have limited time, so I'll skip my last question. I guess it is also very important because we're at the university now. So we'll talk about the governments, we'll talk about the international financial agency, we'll talk about the private sector. So what about communities? I know they are part of the also climate change impact, and we're also at the university. So what do you think what universities should, how they can be proactive in tackling climate solutions? Is it just a science or just more broader context like communities? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think at the end, the ultimate goal of energy transition is still to provide affordable energy for everybody, because in our life, we really need energy from time to time. And not everybody may be, rich enough to consume any energy they want. So it means the government has to present their case in which they can provide affordable energy to their citizens. So the question, what kind of development issues that can be generated from the energy transition process? I happen to be Minister of National Development Planning, and I'm trying to analyze if we are doing the energy transition. Of course, there will be issue of financing that we have discussed. But what about the people? What about the community? What about the development issues that might arise? So I can classify these issues on the three main topics. The first one about affordability itself of the energy to the people. The second, employment. Don't forget about the issue of unemployment that might happen during the energy transition. And third, of course, the issue about the asset. Let me elaborate one by one, but of course, very quickly. On the issue of affordability, then the government at least needs to shift the subsidy, because Indonesia was quite notoriously known for giving heavy fuel subsidy in the past. We still give the fuel subsidy even until today. So the way to do that is trying to shift the subsidy from the fossil fuel subsidy into renewable energy subsidy. It's not easy, but this has to be the way in order to make sure people can still afford to consume the energy with their limited income. So of course, number one, government has to be there in order to give the renewable energy subsidy. On the issue of the employment, Indonesia, also related to the very first question that asked by Professor Mamadov, aside from the imbalance between demand and supply, we also have issue that Indonesia is still a country that rich in terms of fossil fuel production. Our oil production might be declining very much today. From the peak of 1.5 million barrel per day, now only 500,000 barrel per day. Basically, we are net oil importing country. But for natural gas, like here in Azerbaijan, and also the coal, we still have plenty of the production. In fact, for natural gas, we still have 4 big exploration projects in Indonesia for natural gas. All of them are offshore, you know, on the ocean. So it means we always have dilemma. How we can really utilize our fossil fuel until it's gone, it's all gone, then we shift smoothly into renewable energy. And in terms of employment, in the coal mining today in Indonesia, there are about 300,000 people working in coal mining in Indonesia. Just coal mining. So the issue now, if we shift to the renewable energy, how can they continue their jobs, you know? How can they still get their salary? So of course, there has to be solution. I mean, if people working now in coal power plant, they are okay. Because coal power plant and let's say any power plant coming from renewable energy, solar PV, wind, I think the technology is about the same. So the skill is there. But the coal mining, they only have mining skill. And if there is no mining, then they need to move to another type of skill. Skills related to renewable energy. It could be related to biomass, related to hydro, related to geothermal, and others. It means that government needs to provide some kind of social security. Social security not just in terms of cash per month, but also rescaling, upscaling of the existing workers in coal mining, for example. So I think it's quite clear that the need is there to do upscaling, reskilling, so people can survive when they move from fossil fuel into renewable energy. Last but not least, asset. Can you imagine what happened when all coal power plant, the big power plant, and also gas power plant that's operating now, suddenly out of business? Yes, we might have renewable energy in order to substitute the fossil fuel as the energy, but then what about the assets? We will have, you know, stranded or distressed asset of former power plant, coal power plant, diesel power plant, as well as gas power plant. So of course we cannot just leave the asset just like that. We don't want to create many ghost town because of this distressed asset. So it means we need to push the R&D technology in order to convert this power plant, especially the coal power plant, into power plant that can process, for example, the biomass. Because in some countries, I remember in Denmark, I visited a former coal power plant in Denmark that now still operating as power plant, but they are not burning the coal anymore. They are burning the wood pellet. So of course, wood pellet is the one that available in Denmark. But in other parts of the world, in Azerbaijan, in Indonesia, we can really focus on biomass. Why don't we create the product of biomass as a substitute for the coal, so we can still utilize this asset of former coal power plant, former gas power plant, or any other power plant. So it means whenever we are doing the energy transition, please make sure that we can provide the energy, we can provide continuously energy supply to the people, but at the same time, we have to minimize the negative economic impact that's happening during the energy transition itself. And of course, technology is one of the answer, and the other one, of course, government strategy especially to avoid unemployment and to avoid the distressed asset. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe any question from the audience? One question, please.
The mic is there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have just a small question about biomass energy and energy transition period. You mentioned really important points about the employment, about the focused on biomass, but my question is about the biomass. When we are burning biomass, it's not exactly clean energy sources. What do you think if to use biomass for fertilizers production to increase agriculture productivity, and this one will be more efficient rather than using biomass for energy production? This is the first. And then here in Azerbaijan, we are at the period of transition from oil and gas to renewable and alternative energy. You know, many years ago, when we started our oil strategy, it was, you know, quite specific and special period in our economic development. Then we switched to gas strategy, and now Azerbaijan at the period of renewable energy and alternative energy strategy. And today we are planning to export not oil, not gas, but green energy to Europe. As the result of all these three strategies, the employment rate, of course, reduced, but today we are thinking about, even in our technical university, we are trying to educate specialists who will work in an alternative and renewable energy sector, not only in oil and gas sector. And what do you think? And we are talking now about not just simply financing, but about the fair financing and fair technology transfer. What do you think about this? In one question, three questions, it was about the fair financing and technology transfer, bio energy, and third one about unemployment case of Azerbaijan, when we are trying to develop the green energy sector to minimize unemployment here. Thank you. Sorry for such a long question.
Should I respond? Okay. I'm trying to respond to your question in two main discussion. The first about the maybe what you mentioned, kind of controversy around the biomass, because I faced these issues before in different COPs. And second one about the aspiration to export green energy from Azerbaijan to different parts of Europe, and also how can this green energy create employment. So let me respond on the first question about the biomass. Yes, of course, biomass or waste can be used for many things, but at least their contribution to the creating the energy or electricity is also as important as other use of the biomass itself. So if we are discussing about the renewable energy, then people usually talk about two things, solar PV and wind. And we know that this solar PV and wind in many countries, including us in Indonesia, is an intermittent source of energy. It means for solar PV, it will generate some energy during the, I mean, in our case, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Other than that, of course, it's dark, there is no source of energy. And then, on the wind, unfortunately, the wind here, the wind in Indonesia is way weaker than wind that I experience here in Baku. The wind here is so strong. And that's why both solar PV and wind still relatively slow developing in Indonesia, because they are intermittent and they are not really big in creating the energy. So that's why Indonesians trying to look for other source of renewable energy. Geothermal is one, but the investment in geothermal is not just expensive but also risky, And then the second one is hydro, micro hydro, for example. Of course, it's a good chance to have a good source of energy from micro hydro, but the environmental issue related to the micro hydro is also quite significant from time to time, because if you are not really managing your environment well, then the source of the hydro itself will be much less than what we need, And then another one is biomass, or bioenergy. Yeah, you can call it bioenergy. And yes, I mean, if we, as I mentioned to you about converting the coal power plant into biomass power plant, it might create some kind of emission. But of course, we know the technology to minimize the emission until the level that is basically acceptable is there. And also, for biomass, we can use not only incinerator, but we can also use gasification, for example. Then it will really minimize the emission. So that's why for us in Indonesia, biomass is still very much integrated into the mix of renewable energy with one advantage. Big advantage of biomass, they are provided the base load for electricity. They can provide electricity as long as feedstock is there 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unlike the sun and the wind. So that's why the biomass, I think, at least in our case, is still very much important as a alternative source of renewable energy. On your second question about the aspiration to export green energy, number one, I think the point that I raised at the very beginning, you need to invest in the transmission that will bring any type of green energy, most likely wind here, because I can see that because this is my third time to Baku, and whenever I arrive in Baku, number one, a bit cold, but second one is windy. It means your wind is quite strong, to generate renewable energy, electricity. So that could be one of the potential. And I remember when I visited Denmark, they exported a lot their wind energy, because the wind in Denmark is so strong. At one point in time, sometimes 100% of their electricity coming from the wind. And they still have surplus. And I asked them, how can you utilize the surplus? They sent it to Germany, because they are well connected through the transmission. So it's not just simply a grid, but you have to invest in the smart grid. That's the very first requirement if you want to be involved in the exporting of green energy. But then, of course, the issue with employment. The issue with employment, I think that's why in my statement, I'm proposing some kind of reskilling of the employee or upskilling, because sometimes the skill for fossil fuel, including natural gas, and the skill for renewable energy will be different. So it means that you need to really train people, train the employees to shift from their previous job in the fossil fuel, like in the natural gas mining or gas power plant, into the renewable energy, as well as they have to be trained in order to do the trading itself. Of course, digital technology, the computer science, I think will be very much important in this transaction among countries related to the renewable energy export or import. So I think it will be interesting, and I think in the case of Azerbaijan, you are located not far from major demand, either to the Russia maybe, or especially to the European continent. It means that the potential demand is there and you have the resources. So, but of course you have to invest in this smart grid, like what happened in Western Europe. And in our case in Indonesia, we are not that lucky, you know, because even when we as a member of ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, trying to build ASEAN grid, until today it hasn't happened, you know, because every country still thinks whether it is important, it is worth it to invest in the ASEAN grid, while we are now moving to renewable energy, in which the so-called ASEAN grid becomes very critical in order to create export-import market of renewable energy among ASEAN members. So I think, I hope I can answer your question fully, but this is kind of my reaction when it comes with the issue of renewable energy, employment, as well as the biomass. And don't worry, I always face the question from the audience whenever I do presentation about biomass. And usually there are kind of misperception about the biomass, because they think Indonesia is so-called exploiting our natural forests. It's not. This is agroforestry. Bamboo is not part of the natural forest. Bamboo is part of agroforestry, for example. So I think this is kind of education that we need to create to the public, in order that biomass is also one of the important elements. Otherwise, if we depend on the wind, for example in Indonesia, then it will be hard. We have few wind turbines that basically not working, because the wind, unfortunately, not coming quite often to us, you know, to generate the electricity.
Thank you, Professor. It was very interesting, and thank the audience as well for the questions. Let's proceed to the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bambam and Dr. Faris. Thank you. Wonderful session. Yeah. So we proceed to session 2. So we would like to welcome first Dr. Natavan, who will moderate this session. And also we'd like to invite panelists, including Dr. Sakai and Dr. Blatt, and also Dr. Onon and Asif. I see you there. Yes, if you could kindly be on the stage.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to second section, Smart and Low-Cost Solution for Energy Transition. This session will be explore practical and innovative approaches to make climate finance more transparent, focusing on effective strategies to mobilize funds and accelerate energy transitions in vulnerable regions. So we have 4 outstanding speakers today who will share their valuable insights. First, our speakers is Bulat Yesenin, the regional coordinator for Central Asian Platform on Water and Climate Change from the Kazakhstan. Next, Naoki Sakae, CEO of D-Charging from the Japan. Onun Bayaskalan, Chief Sustainability Officer at the URECA from the Mongolia. And Asif Razak, Senior Research Specialist at the CRACIS Institute, People Republic of China. So let's begin with the first our speaker with Bulat Yesenin, please. Please share the presentation.
Good afternoon, and happy to be here, and thank you for invitation and for this chance to present our experience. 20 years ago, I was often visited to Baku in my position Vice Minister. We work very intensively for Caspian Environmental Program, and Secretariat was in Baku, and I see huge change because it was dark city, and we spent 1 hour to find any cafe for dinner, and it's congratulations, it's nice city. I spent more than 30 years for drafting different strategy, concept, legislation, even my personal proposal in an outcome document for Rio +20, Rio +10 in Johannesburg, and I recognize that it's only in top level, all these actions and talks about. If you go down to locally people in village, there is no any change, and they didn't know what happened with climate change and what they can expect. And this is two prognoses from Rome Club, limit of growth 50 years ago, and KPMG tested how it's realistic, this prognosis, and all of them it's similar. We from 2020 huge whole system related crises with food, energy, production, environment, it's a collapse. We now in stage when collapse started, and we need to be prepared. And this is last new research from Potsdam University about limit of planetary processes which supported our life in the planet. 9 main planetary processes like biodiversity, land, climate, and others. And 7 from 9 of them, it's already above. We need step back. So it means that we destroyed all these nature processes which support our life, and we're very near to full collapse. And this is use please these links because these links down for this report, and they even there is a continuation of this report. They calculated what the limit for each person. For example, for each person to from all 7 billion people in the planet, we have limited how much food we can get, how much energy, how much flat. Flat is 6 meters for person, not more. And traveling, 1,000 for 1 year kilometer, not more. So it is calculated how much food, energy we're using now in 10 times more than we can to save planet, 10 times more. It doesn't matter how we can produce this with renewables or nuclear station, we above of this limit. And this is only one scientific work, deep dive research, how we have, what the mechanism, natural mechanism to support life in our planet instead of other planets they have. So just look this is English and Russian version. It's we have unsustainable stability in our planet. And this is example for 6 Central Asian countries located in one basin, divided for six countries, and I will just show what's happened. In 50 years ago, we started to use water for irrigation because cotton, because rice, because food, energy. It was a big enthusiastic program from Soviet time, and this is now result of what we built in this nature flow. More than 4,400 dams, like stop our blood, in system. And now after we understanding that we killed one of main sea in the planet, we continue this because in plan of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan to build additional 200 dams. And this is the result of this environmental catastrophe is Kazakhstan, small village near of Aral Sea. And this is a girl going to school in this village. And this is satellite. You see this dust, toxical dust covering all region. And of course it's resulted by health, by children and others. And this is new dump, huge dump in Afghanistan. They said we didn't use water because it was political crisis, and they started huge dump. They will just finish all this last life in this system. And they want just produce food. And World Bank, Johannes Lin, Vice President of World Bank, calculated that if we will break all these borders between countries, between sectors, energy, water, environment, agriculture, we will get together $63 billion every year, additionally, just to break border between countries. Why countries started to build new dam and reservoirs? Because they want to be prepared for climate change, for water deficit. And they increase this collapse because they working independently. And they calculated that if you will manage basin as a one system, you will have $63 billion additionally. This new dump, huge dump from Afghanistan, will generate only $500 million, less than 1%. And they will kill last life in this system. And climate change, of course. This is bigger 2 rivers in Central Asia, and according to prognosis of Finland, German, and Holland institution together, they will show that you will lost water. And this is 2 pictures, Aral Sea, 50 years ago and now. And how depends local people from this? How they can change this political system under adaptation to climate change? Because all this new dump is officially included for NDC and adaptation to climate change. How we can be protected? And this is my short. We initiated 10 years ago, 8 countries, 3 Caucasus, 5 Central Asia, that we need to go down and work with people and to select all simple technologies around the world, in India, Central Asia, Russia, Pakistan, others, because a lot very simple technology to get clean water, to get cheap energy, to have safety, housing, and food. And we agreed that we will select technology not expensive, less than $500 technology. This is old antenna television, just covered by фольга, пищевая, как сказать, пищевая фольга. It's this solar simple system will boil water in 10 minutes. And you know this in Tajikistan, women spend 3 hours to find any wood to prepare cooking around them. And this is 10 minutes, you know, you will have boiled water. And this is just very simple, $10, you like, you know, box, and you put any water or food, and it will be in half hour, it will be prepared. And this is training how they can reuse, rebuild oven, because just small changes in this stone will save 3 times coal than in normal stone in village. It's Tajikistan. And this is just simple. You have a system to collect rainwater and then use during 2-3 months. It's a very simple technology. And this is to clean water. You can use any dirty water, salt water, just put this box and for sun, and then you will have every day 3-5 clean distilled water. It's very simple. It's just box with glass, and this is to save fruits and other special, very simple system. And Kazakhstan women, we trained women how they can build this system, because you can save this and heating system. Just you do not need any electricity to heat system, because this is very simple construction. Will bring very hot water even in winter season to home. And many such training we organized in local villages, and we helped, we decided that based on NGO or schools, we will have like demonstration zone. Then people can come and see and use this technology and for fishing, and this is unique system. Slovakia named this new water paradigm. And Ethiopia mentioned new water, great water revolution, just because soil can save water, and if you do not destroy it, it protects any floods and increase your production of agriculture in 5 times. It's very simple technology. You know, it's understandable, not just water flowing and with problem, but safe water. And we develop different guidance in national language, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and with this table with more than 150 such technology, with link for video, YouTube, when you can see step by step how you can build this themselves and use this. And potential users in local level, billions of people. All we need just share this information, teach people, and create in local level like special demonstrational users. So thank you very much, and you can. This is a link for this toy table with 150 technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bulat, for your insightful presentation. And we know you hurried for your next meeting. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. So we can continue with the next speaker, with Naoki Sakai, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This one. Yes, this one. Please. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Previous. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Naoki Sakai, CEO of the D-Sharing, the Japanese tech company. As this session, let me introduce our project in Japan and our thoughts. So, for climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation, the decentralized renewable energy system, so-called DRE, will be designed to address various adaptation needs for the DUT, the lacking proper heating, and island, as well as mountain. And I think that solar home system or community-based microgrid does work. And I really commend that Azerbaijan, this technology university, introduced 1.6 megawatt solar PV on the rooftop. And one important notice is that we should recognize that the DRE, the microgrid, is easy to install, but difficult to properly operate. So, okay, I hope you can imagine the answer. So the answer is quite simple. First, solar power generation is volatile and unpredictable. And the second, therefore, we need to ask consumers to use electricity when solar energy is available with right information and right incentive. So to explain this, let me start with one question to the audience. So how much do we emit CO2 from this conference at all? Please imagine if we use 500 kilowatt hours of this electricity. So the answer is, it depends on the carbon intensity. So carbon intensity, okay, means emitted CO2 for generating 1 kilowatt hours for electricity at the power plant. So in case of the standard coal-fired plant, carbon intensity is 0.6 kilogram CO2 per kilowatt hours. That would mean the total CO2 emission is 300. Yes, it's 300 kilograms. So in case of solar, the carbon intensity is 0. So the carbon emission is 0. So in case of half and half, now you can imagine the grid average carbon intensity is 0.3. So CO2 emission is 150. So now let's see the reality. The left side is California and the right side is Tokyo. So you can see that California's carbon intensity is around 0.2 and Tokyo is 0.4. So Tokyo is a little bit less cleaner. But more importantly, you can see the day and night gap. Yes, this carbon intensity gap between day and night is really the global issues. So this is the Tokyo's daily profile. And now you can see that we should promote the consumers to use the electricity from nighttime to daytime. Okay, so, excuse me. Okay, so this is our project funded by government of Japan. So our solution is soft but accurate carbon pricing. Number one, we calculate each consumer's carbon intensity. Then we evaluate their supply matching effort. And we provide financial incentive. And we promote behavioral change using behavioral science, so-called nudge. Okay? So user carbon intensity is a good KPI to score their low carbon behaviors. Then we provide financial incentive, such as dynamic pricing and real-time carbon credit trading, as well as a non-financial incentive. So, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yes. So we developed a data platform and collect data from on-site power generation, smart meters, and hourly carbon intensity of the grid. And we forecast future figures using AI model. Okay, sorry. Excuse me. Okay, so we visualize 3 KPIs: reduction of consumption and user carbon intensity and CO2 emission. As the government of Japan funded project, D-Sharing developed a half-hourly granular certificate trade platform connected to the smart meter system. So D-Sharing matched EV daytime charging of consumer with solar energy prosumers with a smartphone trading application. Now, our second project is a dual grid development in Japan. So it's combination of the real grid, its electricity hourly matching at the same area with all the stakeholders, and virtual grid, which means that green electricity, in reality, it's a carbon credit hourly matching at the same area with selected stakeholders. Then we try to increase the number of virtual grid participants until all join, which means that virtual will be real. So for this project, we developed a smartphone application which show EV owners their score and enables them for purchasing the carbon credit. Our projects follow United Nations 24/7 carbon-free energy compact set. So 24/7 carbon-free energy means that every kilowatt hours of electricity consumption is met with carbon-free electricity sources every hour of every day and everywhere. So D-Sharing is an active member of this 24/7 compact. Our program is also in line with the discussion for the GHG protocol Scope 2 guidance update, where hourly carbon accounting and location-based tracking is being considered. In fact, that paper calls for new technologies such as more geographically and time-bound granular grid emission data, EV charging and grid integration, demand-side load management, and advanced metering infrastructure. We are working for mainstreaming these technologies. So using these technologies, once again, on the right side, we promote consumers to use electricity to daytime, and we promote providers to discharge power to nighttime to make 100% renewable energy-based electricity microgrid efficiently and cost-effectively. So please let me summarize my presentation using 3 slides. First, microgrid is easy to build, but difficult to operate. Why? Because power plants tend to be built without exact hourly demand data. Thus, hourly mismatch of supply and demand occur, resulting in low operating rates and profitability. So even if grid operators recognize hourly mismatch, they have no tools to promote hourly matching. Traditionally, international aid-funded projects tend to take a supply-first approach, building power plants fast based on the expected demand. Our approach, however, is demand-first, encouraging users to align their consumption with green electricity availability. So more consumers use renewable energy, more renewable energy will be developed, and conventional power will be gradually retired. Okay, so here is my last slide. So we now face solar PV create day and night gap in developed and developing countries. So we need 3 actions. First, accurate carbon accounting. Second, integration with EV charging. And third, and most importantly, we need to promote demand-side behavioral change of person, industry, and country. So smart meter-driven big data can support the 3 challenges. Now, AI-processed big data is on a cloud, so anyone can access from all over the world, which means 2 implications. First, we can monitor and evaluate industry and country effort remotely, automatically, on a real-time basis, which enables result-based finance. Second, with AI-processed big data, we can integrate innovative finance and market, such as renewable energy power pricing, carbon trading, and transition finance. We can expect a rosy future. However, data-driven innovation can create a risk that private sector may have a dominant power. Our goal is to bring this innovation to developing countries, establishing a model for global sustainability. So we expect international organizations such as ADB to play a role of honest data platform for governance, accountability, and worldwide collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakai. Thank you for your valuable presentation. And now I want to give Mrs. Onan Bayaskayan, please share your thoughts with us.
Hi everyone, thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the Azerbaijani Technical University for convening this event. I'd also like to thank the students who are here. I hope that this presentation will also be interesting for you all. So my name is Anan. I work for Eureka, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer there. I'll be introducing one of our more exciting projects and giving you an example of how we're implementing it. It actually relates a lot to your slides, so I think it's a great order. How does this work?
Take only.
Okay, so just very briefly, who is Eureka? So we are a startup that focuses on climate change solutions using technology. So one of our main aims is to make carbon finance accessible to communities much more easily. And we also work on digital MRV solutions as well. So to give you an idea, to introduce our project, I have to give you an idea of what Mongolia is, so some of the settings basically. So we are located in Central East Asia. Our population is about 3.4 million people, and our capital city has about half of the people. So we're considered one of the coldest capital city in the world, although that might be changing with climate change. And if you look at our city, we're divided into two different groups of residences. So one half are mostly apartment buildings, which are connected to the heating grid, the electrical grid, the sewage system. And then a little more than half of the remaining households are yurt districts, so ger districts. So I actually brought a ger to show you. I don't know if Azerbaijan has yurts, but so this is a simple yurt dwelling that you will see a lot in Mongolia. They're very suited for a mobile system. So in the countryside, we have mostly a lot of herders. People have to move all the time with the seasons. So if you live in a yurt, you can move much more easily. However, when it comes to the city, so the modern city of Ulaanbaatar, it's a lot more difficult because they don't move. They stay in one area and they're not connected to the infrastructure. So I wanted to present the main problem, the main issue that we're trying to face. So Ulaanbaatar, especially in the winter time, so right now as well, we become one of the most polluted cities in the world. And 80% of this pollution is directly related to the coal burning that happens among these 200,000 households that live in the outsides of the city. And from my understanding, this issue is also very much prevalent in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, maybe Uzbekistan. So it's a very common problem in Central Asia. So this issue is also really bad, has huge consequences on our health, especially for children and elderly people, especially for their lungs. So just to give you an example, only last year alone, I was hospitalized with my baby 4 times, because anytime they get a cold, it always becomes a severe lung issue. So the doctor explained to me that because of the air pollution, they don't recover easily. So this is a huge issue that affects my life today as well. In 2019, our government actually banned raw coal and introduced coal briquettes. However, although it helped reduce the air pollution in Ulaanbaatar to some extent, it also led to new issues such as more incidences of carbon monoxide poisoning because people weren't burning the coal briquettes in the proper way. They were getting used to this new kind of fuel. So energy poverty, so as I was talking about how the families living in the yurt district, how they're not connected to the heating system. So energy poverty is an issue among these areas. So it's extremely, if you compare it to their annual or monthly income, it's very expensive fuel for them. And so a lot of the households, especially during peak hours, have very unreliable electricity. So usually when there's not enough electricity in the city, all the yurt households lose their electricity first. And so if you have unreliable electricity, then of course you don't want to be using electrical heaters to warm up your yurts. You would much rather use coal, which is much more reliable. And just to mention, women in Ulaanbaatar, they experience a lot more time poverty compared to men. So they spend much more of their time, about 20% or so, on unpaid work. So this means household chores, caretaking, collecting coal, collecting water, and even just burning coal about 5 times a day takes almost 2 hours. In terms of the households, so the people in the Ger districts, the women there, about 10% of them are actually single woman-led households, which means that they have a lot more of an economic burden because they alone have to feed their families. So our solution, so at Eureka, we're trying to help this issue. We're trying to help with this air pollution issue by providing a solution to heat these Ger districts in a more clean, accessible, and affordable way. And by doing so, we hope to help with climate mitigation, as well as reduce the effects of air pollution, energy poverty. It even affects workplace absenteeism, right? So if mothers have to stay at home, miss maybe 10 days of their annual work time, it affects productivity and even the economy. So we, the next slide will show our intervention. So what are we doing at Eureka? Well, we've actually started a project, so we're on phase 2 right now. Initially, we did a pilot project with 5 families. Now we're working with around 100 women-led families in the Ger districts. So the intervention that we're doing consists of better Ger insulation. So just having better insulation, like having more layers of felt around the Ger, will help the yurts help them with insulation so they don't lose as much heat. And then we're providing solar panels along with battery storage, along with electrical heaters that actually maintain the heat for many hours. And most importantly, where our plan is to give them access to carbon markets so that they can actually afford this technology. So right now, the average price of this whole system, this whole package, is about $4,000 to $5,000, which is for a single family extremely expensive. But by connecting them to the carbon market and allowing these households to sell their carbon markets, which is based on carbon emissions avoidance, right? They'll be able to pay back their loans for receiving these systems. Our initial project, it's grant-based, so the initial families aren't paying for the system, but in order to scale this project to 100,000 households, for example, we need to connect them to the carbon market. So these are just photos illustrating, for example, one of the families that have their solar system installed. You can see the electrical heater. You can see also the inverter. So it's a full package, and it's also for the families, for the entire neighborhoods, it's a very new solution. So a lot of the neighbors will come to these new households and ask them about what's happening, and we're helping to really change, create a mind shift among these districts. So just to provide you an example of the technology that our company is creating. So it's also AI-based. I'm not the AI person, but we're creating this digital MRV system that actually continuously monitors how much energy each of the families are producing through solar energy. And it also has systems in these smart meters that can see if the family is actually burning coal. Because we need to be able to demonstrate with our technology that these families have done a complete switch away from coal to the solar system. Each family is able to avoid about 10 to 15 tons of carbon emissions because of this project. And so here you can see an example of our technology. So we have IoT sensors. We have our machine learning models that is based on anomaly detection. So they look at, they make sure that it's actually coming from solar energy as opposed to maybe a diesel generator or some other form of energy. And then we actually have put all of the information into a blockchain system so that it becomes immutable immediately. We also have a platform and dashboard where we can see exactly what's going on with each family that's a part of this project. So this is a before and after picture. And so the most important thing for us is to make sure that we're able to scale our project. Just having 5 families, 100 families will not solve the air pollution issue. So we really need this blended finance that our previous speaker was talking about. And in order to do that, we need to unlock the carbon market. And in order to unlock the carbon market, we need verification, monitoring, right? So with our digital tool that we can just attach to the inverters in each of the systems, hopefully it'll be much easier to verify that each of the families are truly avoiding 10 to 15 tons of carbon emissions. And in terms of benefits, we have already seen so many different benefits. There's a huge gender impact from our project, but we've also seen a lot of economic benefits. So by not purchasing coal, people are able to save a lot of money. And of course, health-wise, people have already seen that even their children have been able to recover faster because of less indoor air pollution. So this is my last slide. So this is just an example of one of the families that received the solar panel. She has three children, and usually she has to wake up at 5 a.m. while all her children are asleep, so that when they wake up, they're warm. But she said that because of this intervention, she's even able to sleep 2 more hours and really live a much more comfortable life. So our hope at Eureka is to make this a reality for all the households in Ulaanbaatar and the other provinces, as well as to be able to transfer our technology outside of Mongolia to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. So we've already had conversations with people from governments from these countries who are also quite interested in our new technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Anan. I think it was very interesting. So I think we have less information about the Mongolia. Thank you for new information for us. And let me introduce our last speakers for today, for this section. Asif Razak, please share with us your experience, please.
Thank you very much. Special thanks to ADBI and Azerbaijan Technical University for arranging this wonderful event. And I'm really grateful, my co-panelists, they already set the foundation for, in discussion of, what we required in terms of renewable energy. But my topic is a bit more in terms of macro perspective of investment from where the money can come. And when we talk about, why we talk about renewable energy, specifically when we talk about the climate initiatives and the climate change. Since we are here in COP29, if you look into the last year's COP held in Dubai, and COP28, the renewable energy capacity target was set by 11 terawatt of electricity, although since last 2 decades, the highest growth in renewable energy capacity was observed in 2023, that is 14%. And even if we calculate the same growth by 2030, we will not achieve the target set in COP28 by maybe more than 1.5 terawatt of electricity. But on average, if you look into the average growth rate of renewable energy capacity since 2017, the average growth rate is 10% in renewable energy production capacity. And with this growth rate, we will not produce more than 7 terawatt of renewable energy and will shortfall about 4 terawatt of electricity. There is about 36% of shortage in terms of COP28 targets. So first thing, what we are doing as former panelist, he mentioned that and also Dil mentioned that we are not in a position to limit the 2% carbon overall temperature, rather it would increase 2.5%. Likewise, we are missing our target in terms of renewable energy capacity, and if we want to achieve the COP28's target, within next 6 years, we should have at least 16% increase every year in renewable energy capacity. That is far beyond. So far we have although the solar PVs and there is huge decline in prices and we have new technologies are coming in, but still we are not, it's very hard to maintain. So given this, when we talk about it is the importance of renewable energy, and within this, what is the main problem? A lot of speakers talk about the financing, from where the money came from. If we talk about the Central Asia or in general the Carib region, 95% of the electricity came from fossil fuels. And except Tajikistan and Kyrgyz Republic, 2 exceptions of upstream countries where most of the electricity came from, about 90% came from hydropower. But if you look into the largest country like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in terms of population and size as well, most of the electricity came from fossil fuel. So within this scenario, what are the main, if we look into the 4 key punching point here, is the fugitive emissions, number 1. Number 2 is the energy and heating, agriculture and construction. These 4, most of the emissions, about 80% of the emissions are attributed to these 4 factors. So given this, all the scenarios that we built, so what we need a huge investment for energy. There are multiple estimations, reports that we need climate inaction in water, energy, agree, we need investments. But what are the factors as an investor I need to look into when I want to invest in renewable energy? So because as Deputy Dean from ADBI, he mentioned that what are the potentials in terms of earning money. So businesses are businesses, they don't care about, they should ensure their stream of income And if you look into the energy investment, so it's more about the infrastructure development, the grid upgradation. Their overall upfront cost is high, the returns are relatively low. It has government intervention to regulate the energy prices, that is the feed-in tariff. So that creates a lot of risk for the investor. So given this scenario, what would be the multiple factors that can interact with each other to decide or to guide the investor to invest in energy that is called the renewable energy investment ecosystem? And we have, this is the project that we are doing right now with ISTB and ISTT in 5 Central Asian countries, and we intend to expand the countries, other countries as well in later stage. And if you look into, these are some numbers, most of the finance, if you look into the renewable energy finance, it's attributed to, in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. But so far, although the region needs about 1.4 trillion investment by 2050 to achieve the renewable energy targets. But if you look into the real finance in greening, far less than what we actually needed. And if you look into the capacity, again, the same, we observe that except the upstream countries, Kyrgyz Republic and Tajikistan, the renewable energy production capacity is not there. Most of the countries, even Azerbaijan, relied on natural gas and fossil fuels. So here are what we examined. We have identified 16 core determinants that can direct the investment decisions. And some of them are fundamentals. Usually a lot of governments are working on the fundamentals that are the basic legislation, government regulatory support, and overall market potential. This is the fundamental. When an investor wants to come in, he basically evaluate based on these 3 criteria. And within this, we have almost evaluated 67 elements, regulatory and non-regulatory, that within this framework. And on the second phase, we have that robustness of the ecosystem, that primarily one of the panelists mentioned about the grid infrastructure. So very less attention has been given to the grid infrastructure, the robust grid infrastructure, their capacity to integrate with energy projects, and along with what are the other financing and opportunities there. So these are the robustness element, within which I think the highest number of elements, 88 elements, regulatory and non-regulatory are there. And lastly, we had that execution operations, and that is more about the availability of technologies, human resources, overall project development. And what we talk about, the first thing that is the fundamental is we look into the investor look into the political stability, overall renewable energy regulations that support investors, honoring the commitments, likewise a transparent investment mechanism, and a fair market conditions for the energy. This is the stage that used to be, at political level, this is the stage from where MOU is signed, like everything is streamlined and signed, and now it's time to comes to the investment. Then it comes to, how we can, first is construction, from where we need the basic skills, we need the resources and the grid infrastructure. For example, as he mentioned, that grid infrastructure is not simply a transmission or distribution line, rather it connects. For example, if you look into Kyrgyz Republic, a huge potential for hydropower. It has excessive capacity to link, but in certain areas. But most of the countries which are heavily relying on, for example, Kazakhstan, if there is a renewable energy project, it's very hard to integrate the project, the supply of new generation from renewable energy to grid, and to decide a fair market price mechanism. So likewise, the investment, if you look into the investment promotion programs, except Kazakhstan, there is no dedicated investment promotion agency in the region that could support the investment. Because if you look into the investment in energy, it includes a lot of factors specifically related to energy regulation and prices. So far in Central Asia and Caucasus, the energy prices are not well regulated. It's subsidized in terms of fossil fuel, and how if a new investors came in and it comes up with the basic fundamentals, and then he wants to integrate with the grid, and what would be the mechanism to integrate with the national grid system. And lastly, the third factor is mostly about there is a discussion today in the first panel about the skills force, and also one of our esteemed guests from Indonesia talk about how if we replace coal with energy, from where the people who are working in coal sectors could adjust in the energy sector. Usually it's not possible because renewable energy technologies are highly technical in nature. They require a huge skills, and that skills gap are also lacking. And within this framework, we could also say the EPC companies, that engineering, procurement and construction companies, if you look into the Central Asia, the gap is there. Data within the framework, if we want to decide, being an investor, if I want to decide to look into the data of the distribution grid quality, so far data is not there. We talk about big data, we talk about estimations, but if you look into this specific region, we cannot get the basic information from where the off-peak load is there, what are the summer and winter, production and generation gaps in electricity. And without this, it's very hard for investors to decide specifically in a large investment project. And we, after our estimation, we have find that about 237 elements within these 16 key indicators are evaluated. Most of them are related to regulations as well as the other factors, and we observed that the highest compliance in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And if you look into the non-compliant factors, the highest number of non-compliant factors in terms of renewable energy ecosystems are observed in Kyrgyz Republic and Turkmenistan. And what are the factors that those countries are lagging behind? Primarily, there is not clear mandate to have they have their investment promotion agencies mostly state-led. There is a centralized mechanism in for example, in Kyrgyz Republic and Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and within that state-led mechanism, it's very hard to materialize the investment. And number two, that most of the countries, they are lacking in terms of consistent renewable energy policies. They have the commitment to net zero, they have NDCs, but so far they do not have action plan. And one pinpoint that we need to consider is this region is heavily historically reliant on fossil fuels, so there is resistance inside the system. It's very hard to transform everything. The overall diversification of the countries is low. So given this, we have identified that there is these countries in terms of intervention. The first point need to consider is developing a dedicated renewable energy investment program. Although investment promotion agencies are there, but their contribution to project announcement, execution, and then link the production to the distribution and then regulate the prices of the renewable energy and make them sustainable is so hard due to lack of basic regulation as well as the electricity feed-in tariff policies. And lastly, the overall grid infrastructure that is mostly at the time of Soviet era, it needs to be replaced and required huge investment. So to start with, first is to upgrade and improve the basic infrastructure that required huge investment. And for this we have suggested that here, by the way, this is the score that we have, and if you look into the non-compliance, the second factor, that is the regulatory framework and policies across all the countries, the score is relatively low, followed by the overall financial mechanism, the grid infrastructure, overall PPP framework, transparency and technology, available resources. So in crux, there would be a comprehensive package. When we talk about the investment of renewable energy, we need to look into the fundamentals and then the robustness factors and then the execution and try to link with all the factors all the way to the grid infrastructure and then to regulate the prices, because eventually the long-term payoff of energy projects need to be compensated by a fair prices. And lastly, we just based on this, we suggest to have investment promotion programs, and we suggest Uzbekistan for to be in the best position, although Kazakhstan secured the highest score in terms of compliance in investment ecosystem. But if you look into because we need to look into a country which have a relatively chances of more improvement, and then Uzbekistan is the best country that can phase out a program for investment promotion, and within which to start with that we have those 216 elements based on these 4 or 5 top renewable energy. For example, is solar, wind, biomass, and small hydro. And starting from this, it needs to be adapted, and then within a year it needs to be streamline these, prioritize these factors, prepare MIS through the ministry, and try to link through a single window from where these regulations would be addressed, and then it can come up with IPP framework that could be, in 1 to 2 years, could, expand to those, and then a specialized IPA plus would be introduced considering these factors. Just to sum up in one line, overall, if we want to track the renewable energy investment, only infrastructure, grid or regulation, they are not going to work. We need to look into capacity building of human resource, starting with regulation of the investment, and all the way linked with the energy market and with a fair, robust energy price mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rasif. And now it was our last speaker. We have some time for question by the side. If anyone have some questions, please raise hand and feel free. Yes, please, Mr. Dina.
Thank you for excellent presentation. So about Anon the Ger, Yurta. In Kazakhstan we call it Yurta. In Mongolia it's called Ger, right? So many other countries using similar nomad's house. I'm interested how can it go beyond Mongolia, right? And who are the founders who potentially can, and like you said, go into carbon market. Should it be national carbon market or international?
Thank you.
Yes, so as I mentioned, we actually have MOUs with the governments of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. And so we hope to eventually roll out this project in these countries as well. In terms of carbon markets, we are talking with our Ministry of Environment. But this is a policy that's still being developed in Mongolia. So we do see it as a potential, potentially finding access through the voluntary carbon market, but at the same time, it might be a part of bilateral agreements, so possibly other countries might be purchasing credits from this project. And there's also a possibility that Mongolia might have its own compulsory market as well, but yeah, this part is still being developed. But one thing is for sure, we have listed our project on gold standard, and we're also looking to accredit our technology, so our digital MRV technology, through gold standard as well, so that other countries, not just Central Asia, but other countries can use our technologies, and not just for heating, but even for cooling as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sana. One more question, or? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. This question goes to Asif. Asif, if you look at, as you said, there's so much of gap in the energy sectors, right? But there's also so much of potential, particularly in hydropower sectors in your own countries. But why is it that the transition is happening at the slow pace? It should happen at the rapid pace, in the sense that there's so much of demand for energy as such, and also on those countries who are dependent on fossil fuel, there's also an opportunity to invest on hydropowers and other renewable sources of energy, not only in their own countries, but also in other countries, so that the speed of transition happens fast. But what is actually stopping from happening that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dil, for wonderful question. I think the first thing is the acceptance. We are relatively late to accept that this could be a financially viable mechanism. At initial stage, if you look into the previous COPs, usually all the countries assume that the renewable energy is like philanthropy. It needs to be done by World Bank or someone else. We have no resources, number one. Number two is a historic reliance on fossil fuels. It cannot be phased out in few years. We are focused on energy transition since last maybe 10 years and more specifically after 2016. And within this, nowadays, there is a will, number one. Number two, every country, for example, most of the Central Asian countries, they have their own dedicated policies for specific to renewable energy. But the historic reliance on fossil fuels and then the technical aspect as well as the financial requirements for those renewable energies itself creates a problem. For example, if you talk about the PV's installation is okay, it's quite easy in non-mountainous areas, for example, maybe in Uzbekistan. But for example, how if it's in mountainous region? So the potential and the priority for the small hydropower or for the solar or for biomass, it varies across countries. But the ultimate reason for this is the lack of financing, and that links with the ecosystem of renewable energy. Why the financing is not coming? Because so far the private investment is not there, and why it's not there, we fail to develop a fair market-based system that connect the renewable energy production. I gave you an example that if there is a big project in Turkmenistan or it may be right here, and you want to have a certain viability in a certain maybe south part of the country, how you could integrate your energy with the grid, number one. Number two, how integration is just not like linking through the grid. It's how you manage your load with the variation that is inherited in the renewable energy. So this is the reason there is a skills gap. People really not aware of those technologies. Fossil fuel is so easy, just burn and then heat and whatever you want you can do. And most importantly, therefore, nowadays the countries are looking to mobilize the private capital. And everyone is, I think Azerbaijan also signed an agreement through with ISTB 2 or 3 days before, likewise the other countries. So the will is there now. The only thing is to develop a conducive financing ecosystem. So far only Kazakhstan have the fully national ETS carbon market, and except like China and Kazakhstan is the only country in this region, central in the CAREC program. Likewise, the bonds, if you look into the financial and capital market readiness for the green financing, only Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. The other countries are not there. So if I am a firm, I want to invest there, I really need investment to expand the business, from where I can raise further money, because the capital markets are not robust enough. So I think at this stage, the best way to speed up this process is to develop a conducive financial mechanism, number one. Number two is to understand the overall ecosystem for renewable energy and try to link all the players under one scorecard. There should be a website of every country that is investment promotion in renewable energy, from where you can put your indicators and then it links with you and give you numbers. So far, I try to find out the data on grid infrastructure, they're almost non-existent. So how can I invest in even a medium or high or a small scale project if you don't know the efficiency and quality of the grid infrastructure? So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess we can finish our panel session. Thank you for all speakers for their informative presentation, and thank you everyone who joined us today. We have learned about practical tools, regional experience and strategies that can guide us to inherit transparency and mobilizing resources more efficiently for energy transition. Thank you again and rest for the conference, and I guess we have some break, yes? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nataba and everyone. So now here is finally the lunch. You've been waiting for a long time. So we will break for lunch, which is kindly sponsored by Azerbaijan Technical University. So it's now ready. And then please come back to this room at 3 o'clock sharp for the last session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Many thanks for coming back. After lunch, always the best audience, because you came back. That makes you the best audience. Let's start our session 3. The topic of this session, monitoring, early warning, and disaster preparedness. As you know, if you notice this event structured, first we talk about mitigation, like what can we do to avoid climate change. If it's too late, then adaptation. Now it's too late to mitigate. What can we do for adaptation? But then even adaptation doesn't work. What can we do for disaster preparedness, early warning, and monitoring? So the moderator today, I'm happy to introduce my colleague, Agia Sinharoy. He is from Asian Development Bank in Manila. She is Director of Climate Change and from Pacific Region Resilience Leader. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I must say this room is a bit intimidating. It's very big, but it's nice. So thank you for joining this session, and thank you for having me. Very happy to be here. So thanks a lot. So this session, we have 1 hour, and it's potentially one of the most, I think, important sessions. So I could not attend the previous one, so I'm biased about it. We will talk about early warning, disaster preparedness, and the things required to make it happen. This is important because, you know, we know that risk is increasing a lot. You cannot completely reduce it. There will always be some residual risk which you have to manage. Manage in your households, manage at a community level, at a local government, national government level. Early warning systems can play a very important role to manage that residual risk. And firstly, to save lives, save livelihoods, and other economic losses. There has been a lot of work on early warning, including analysis of the cost and benefits of early warning. And often it's found that early warning is one of the investments which has the highest cost-benefit ratios, because it's clearly seen in countries like Bangladesh, which has invested in early warning for the last 50 years, the loss of life has really gone down from disasters. So early warning is a very important investment in itself. But people usually don't remember this because early warning requires investments at the back end. You don't often see it like a big infrastructure project like that. It requires constant investments in data. It requires investments to make sure there is capacity to interpret the data. And then there is capacity and resources to act on the data through disaster preparedness. But this data has to be predictable. It has to be high quality, so you can depend on the data. And for poorer people, it also has to be affordable. So they should be able to get the data on time. So I'm very happy that we'll discuss in the next 1 hour. We have great speakers and panelists on what different countries are doing on early warning, what are some of the issues they are facing, and how we can collectively, as a global community, strengthen this. So maybe I'm going to request the panelists to come on stage, if that's okay. So first of all, we have Ms. Aryuna, head of the UNRC of Mongolia. So thanks for your coming. Please come on stage. We have got Mr. Maxim Kulikov, who's a research fellow and academic team lead from the University of Central Asia, Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you, Maxim, for joining us. We also have Ms. Dinara, who is from Kazakhstan. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have got Mr. Rovshan from Azerbaijan. please join us. Thank you. So to begin with, we'll hear from Mongolia. We have a presentation from you. So let's go on with that first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So today I'm going to present again, and then this time I will talk about this early warning for the ZUD, the wintertime disaster in Mongolia. Can I see this screen?
Yeah, can we have the screen in the front?
So while we are dealing with these technical issues, to save the time, I'll start this my presentation. So can you move the second slide, please? Okay.
Do you want to? Yes, of course, yes. Yeah.
It is more convenient to see this big screen. So I will skip these slides, but you know, from the previous presentation by Anong, who is from Mongolia, you already know that where is Mongolia and then how many people and then how much territory we do have. But for the livestock sector, as you see, by 2023, we do have we had like 65 million heads of livestock, and then our livestock consists of 5 different animals: horse, camel, sheep, goat, and then also cattle, cow. So our livestock husbandry plays a very important role for not only for our life but also for our economy. And then for the GDP, it's more than 10% of our GDP is from this livestock sector, and then about 22% of total labor force are in this our livestock husbandry, and then export is about 6.4%. So from this picture, I want to ask you, what do you see in this picture? Yes, snow, a lot of snow. So snow is everything is covered by snow. So, and as you see in the front, you can see some sheep by herder, and then yeah, that's our reality, that the Mongolian herders are living in this environment, in this nature, and then we really love this one. And then, of course, there are some threats from that. Oh, sorry. So, as I explained, herders and livestock, and then also ZUD as a natural disasters, and then we have to deal with if we see this ZUD as a disaster, and then we are doing this ZUD management in Mongolia. So this ZUD is a quite Mongolian term for an extremely snowy winter, in the large number of animals die due to starvation by unable to graze. So we are classifying the ZUD into the different categories depending on the circumstances. If there is a deep snow cover and then low temperature, we are saying that it is white ZUD. And then freezing temperature, lack of snow, and then forage, we call it black ZUD, depending on the nature. And then also iron ZUD. Last year, actually, we experienced this iron ZUD, and this is an ice cover over the pasture land that prevents livestock to graze, and then leading to this starvation. And then also hoofed ZUD. We are suffering from this hoofed ZUD mostly in the central IMAX, when this significant number of the livestock are in a very limited area, and then they tampering this grasses, and then result in this hoofed ZUD. And then also combined. This is a very common type of the ZUD, like when we face this zood, usually we are having this combined. Either it will be snow and then also iron zood, or black and the iron zood, something like that. So in the past, we used to experience bigger zoods once in 50 or 60 years, but due to this global warming and then climate change, now we have been experiencing these zoods almost in every 10 years. But we experience this localized zood in every year in some places of Mongolia. So biggest zood once in 10 years, and then for localized every year. So unfortunately, we are still, practicing this traditional disaster management. Like if zood happens, we start the response, and then after response, it's recovery activities. After recovery, we are doing this some small development planning, and then things, and then mitigation and preparedness, something. But as we all know that from 2005, actually, we are trying to move from this response to prevention, preparedness, mitigation, and also disaster risk reduction, according to these global documents. So now you can see this, what kind of activities does the government is carrying out, and then for this mitigation and preparedness, we are now more concentrating on the early warning. And then since 2015 and 16, we were able to produce the zood risk map by using the different meteorological products, and then producing the zood risk map. And then by using this zood risk map, we can predict what, how cold winter we are expecting, in which areas, with the, how many numbers of the animals, and what kind of the, help does or these international organizations need to deliver to the herder families. So in part of this early warning, also disaster mitigation and preparedness, we are also doing this public awareness activities, especially in the education, not only the children, but also these adults. The one educational program that we have been currently doing, besides this development of the zood risk map with Japanese academicians, we are now working to introduce this Japanese disaster risk reduction Bosai card into Mongolia, like very, adopting this idea and then putting it into our context, not just copy and then paste. So for the preparedness, of course, every year, usually end of June or early July, actually the government generates its resolution for better preparation for the winter, coming winter, and then also collecting all kinds of livestock husbandry data, and then also we are sending some zood risk assessment team to evaluate how the situation is or how the situation will be, something like that. Once the zood hits, actually, we are carrying out these response activities, providing all kinds of assistance or all needed activities to the affected community. Mostly, we are sending hay and fodder for livestock, and then some public services to the herder families. And then, of course, for the recovery, we are doing more like structural and activities. So this is our today's main topic, early warning, how it is important. So this table it was generated by me during my doctoral research, and then I went to the field research, and then did some research how we can, warn the people to reduce the risk and for the zone mitigation activities. Unfortunately, as you see, even though the government generates its declaration to prepare well in the winter, but it starts until very late July or August, like collecting or accumulating hay and fodder, and then doing the maintenance for this shelter, and then preparing for the winter, etc. So unfortunately, this is the case of the ZUD 2016 and 17, and then you could see two different approaches. One approach is based on this community-based disaster risk management, and then one is lack of this CBDRM, community-based disaster risk management. And then as a result, who didn't successfully implement these community approaches, they lost more than 11% of the total livestock. But who implemented these community approaches, they were able to reduce the number of livestock mortality or perishment, and then they saved most of their livestock. So this early warning is very important. Why I'm saying is that ZUD is a slow onset disaster that gives us some time to prepare or to mitigate the risk. Like usually ZUD starts in late October or early November, and it lasts until April or May. So usually we do have this livestock perishment or livestock mortality in late December. So between October to December we have some time. By disseminating these early warnings and then helping the herders to save the animals that can survive these winter conditions, and then we doing this kind of things thanks to this ZUD risk map, which is early warning for us. Also, we are disseminating all kinds of weather products to our herders through this television or media. Even we are sending mass message to the herder families. And then thanks to this technological advantage, we can send this weather forecast based on their locations, not sending one information to every herder or something like that. These mobile operators, they can identify the phone numbers in the particular areas, and then they can send these mass messages. That's the benefit of the early warning. And then once you receive these kind of messages, the herders can start prepare for, prepare for anything, like for severe snow and dust storms, prevent the animals to graze. They just keep their animals in a warm shelter, and then etc. So I am proposing the following recommendations for future ZUD management based on my research. The first one is coordination is very important, because for the ZUD preparedness, mitigation, and then response and recovery activities, there are many stakeholders. So I could say that there are less the coordination, coordination for all these efforts from different stakeholders. So we should enhance our coordination, like clarification and determination of the roles and responsibilities of each participating organizations and parties. And then also we need to have this clear articulation of responsibilities across stakeholders, because there is a lot of duplication for that. And then also mutual collaboration, partnership, and accountability. It is very important. As I mentioned before, that the government of Mongolia generates the decree and then asks the governor of the provinces to prepare well in this for winter. But unfortunately, many of them fail but if there is, we don't have any accountability mechanism that asking them, hey, you didn't do well, and then that's why you're having this significant number of the livestock mortality. So accountability is very important, not only like asking asking them like to be accountable, but also as these international organizations or developing partners, we are also using this accountability for this monitoring and evaluation and everything. Oh, thank you very much for the night photo. So I need to rely on my notes. The second one is a monitoring and evaluation system should be developed and enhanced in collaboration with stakeholders of various zoot management subsystems. And accountability, again, mechanisms should be established at all levels, not only at the state or governmental levels, it should be also established at all levels from grassroots to the state level. So in particular, the enhancement of accountability mechanisms will bring substantive results in zoot management, especially zoot mitigation and risk. One possible way to do this is to revise and reformulate the liability of the relevant laws, because, you know, in Mongolia we do have many laws, and then one of them is about regulating the responsibility and accountability of the governors, the heads of these each levels. So that's the brief introduction about this early warning. So in the last, maybe I have some chance later to show you one thing, why this early warning is very important. If we disseminate, oh, thanks. So let me quickly jump to the last slides. Sorry, lots of things. This is my last slide. So for this early warning, it is very important. If we warn the herders or the stakeholders in a very early stage, then we can, you know, do these disaster prevention mitigation activities, and then we can reduce this livestock mortality. So that's my the main message. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation. I think it's great to hear about zoot. I mean, not many people know about it, but it is kind of a very big problem in Mongolia's context, and it's very context specific. So thanks for sharing that. I wonder if you want to take any one or two questions specific to this presentation. If anybody has any specific questions before we move on to the next one. No question? I do have a question for you. So in your graph, you show that the mortality of livestock starts from November onwards, and December is a peak time, right? But the early warning is available as early as June, possible, right? So what is the challenge? Is the challenge that the early warning, the quality of the warning is not good? Or is the challenge that not enough resources are available to make the sufficient preparedness activities? Thank you.
So regarding this quality of this zoot risk map or any other meteorological products, there is no any issues, but the issue is us, like the herders. Even though we receive these early warnings and we need to prepare for the winter, our mind change, you know, our mindset is still in this traditional way. We still don't fully recognize that by doing these mitigation activities, we can reduce this zoot risk. and then avoid this livestock mortality. So we really need to work with our people, especially the herders, to change their mind and then to build their capacity that they have this possibility to reduce this livestock mortality by doing these early actions. And then the second thing, the capacity. Actually, during the yesterday's session, I also mentioned about this lack of this human capacity with the herders, very briefly, connecting it with this education age. According to the law of the education of Mongolia, the school starts at the age 6. So women in these herder families, they are taking their children to this provincial center for 9 months, and then the head of the family, a male, he stays, usually he stays alone or only few people and couldn't manage this big number of the livestock themselves. So this is the capacity. That's why the government of Mongolia initiated this new initiative like cooperatives, new cooperatives. Because before this democracy in 1990s, we had these cooperatives in Mongolia, which like 2 or 3 herder families, they are living together and then shared this labor. So that also lack of the capacity, we are suffering from this disaster. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very exciting. I mean, you know, we mentioned the importance of technology, but I think what you highlight is the importance of behavioral change. And how do you bring the behavioral change, which is beyond technology? It's about working with people, understanding their issues, and this whole idea of cooperatives, of sharing your resources together. Thank you for your very, very, very great presentation. I'll move on to the next presenter, Maxim, for your side. If you can share the work you're doing in Kyrgyz Republic, please. Thank you.
Well, yeah, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for the last session. My name is Maxim Kulikov. I am a research fellow in the Mountain Societies Research Institute of University of Central Asia. I'm also a research team lead, and I'm going to present the 2 study cases, similar study cases, but in 2 different areas of Kyrgyzstan that I mentioned briefly yesterday. Where we try to sort of to understand what's the impact of climate on natural resources in 2 different areas of Kyrgyzstan, basically on vegetation. So first of all, Kyrgyzstan is a mountain country in covering the mountains of Tian Shan. Most of this area is above 2,000 meters above the sea level. It's a very mountainous country, and being a mountainous country, it has really diverse conditions. You see, this is a map of climatic areas. You see in the areas of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, it's all really changing, not so quick, not so fast. Whereas in Kyrgyzstan, in Tajikistan, in mountain areas, everything is very busy, and there it goes as far as you get 2 different ecosystems on 2 different slopes of the same mountain. So this is why we have really rich biodiversity with regards to plants and animals. As well, we have many different plant species that are endangered, endemic as well, many different bird species that are endangered, and also mammals. But the main thing is that Central Asia is a area of origin of apples and tulips. So why? Because we have the greatest wild biodiversity of apples and tulips, and this is very crucial to protect these species, because in order to get the new areas and use a new garden varieties of apples, for example, you need to use wild species of apples because you can't get new varieties from the garden varieties because they're really poor on genetic diversity. And wild species, they have really great genetic diversity, so that's why they really can be useful for, as I said, deriving new varieties that can potentially be climate change resistant or resistant to different certain climatic or not climatic pests and diseases threats. Yeah, climate change is happening in Kyrgyzstan as well. So the projections of the World Bank for the country that the temperature will increase, precipitation will also increase, but it will shift towards spring. So we will get more and more precipitation in spring and less precipitation in other seasons. And since the precipitation in spring will be really concentrated on this season, we will have a huge rainstorms. So. And yeah, that was briefly about the country, about the mountains, why, where. Now I will talk to two different study cases. So the case one is really desert area, lowland, and the case two is really highland area. So they're different in the same country. So the first study case is a catchment of Isfara-Aksu river in the south of Kyrgyzstan. And basically our research question was to understand what's the impact of different climatic parameters on the vegetation in the area. So for that we used data on runoff, on precipitation, and on temperature from local climate stations. And this is a little data overview. On the left top box plot you can see distribution of the runoff. You can see that the peak of the river runoff is in July and August, so the hottest months. And on the so these are historical data. On the right top image you can see the more recent data, and on the bottom left image you can see the distribution of precipitation, whereas you see the maximum precipitation is in May, whereas the runoff is in July and August. I will explain later why. And on the bottom right image you can see the distribution of temperature. So July is the hottest month in the area as expected. And this is the spatial distribution of precipitation. You can see that in the south most of the precipitation you get in mountains, not in lowlands. This is the distribution of temperature. Well, as expected, lowlands are normally hotter and warmer, and the highlands are colder. And this is some of the data that we used for, some of the methods that we use for data analysis. I will be really rushing through this because I don't have much time, but since I'm presenting in an academic institution, I have to go through the methods for the sake of, for the beauty of the art, so to say. Yeah, we used all this time series of the river runoff, precipitation, and temperature. We decomposed it into trend and seasonal components, and to see the correlation, if there's any correlation between these components. So you can see different pictures. Just concentrate on the bottom two pictures. So on the left you can see seasonal components. The red curve is temperature, blue curve is a precipitation, and the cyan curve is a runoff. You can see that the peak for precipitation and runoff, they're different, and for runoff and temperature they are the same. Why? Because as you saw before, most of precipitation happens in highlands where we have glaciers and snowfields, and these are normally in the form of snow and rain, and there the precipitation gets concentrated on glaciers. Whereas when it gets warmer in summer, the glaciers start melting and provide water to the rivers exactly at the hottest time of the year, when precipitation is really needed for agricultural irrigation. In our area, agriculture depends a lot on irrigation. When there is irrigation, there's agriculture. When there's no irrigation, there's no agriculture. So rainfall doesn't play that much of a role for agriculture, and you will see later why. So glaciers play a crucial role here as buffers for to accumulate precipitation. If there's no glaciers, rainfall and snowfall will melt straight away and go down the river flow as soon as they fall down. That means in spring, whereas the water for irrigation is in high demand in the summer. Here's a little bit more information about the remote sensing NDVI, normalized difference vegetation index. So this is an index, the proxy for vegetation development that we used later in the study. This is a index that people widely used index that people calculate from satellite imagery. It shows how much of green vegetation is in the area, is in the pixel. Its values, it takes the values from -1 to +1, with everything below 0, no vegetation, everything above 0, some vegetation, and 1 means a lot of vegetation. So later for the analysis, we used the satellite images from Landsat mission. This is NASA mission. We also used the land surface temperature images, precipitation from Kyrgyz Hydromet, and Isfara-Aksu River runoff that I spoke about earlier. And we calculated the just linear NDVI trend for all these years, and you can see the areas, the green areas mean positive trend, and the red and yellow areas means negative trend. So in lowlands, you can see a lot of negative trend. So over the years, the biomass is decreasing in these areas, whereas the green areas show the areas where the biomass is normally increasing over the years. So linear trend is positive. This is a little bit methods for the Landsat images processing. So basically, we get rid of all the clouds and we close the gaps with some sophisticated method. I will not focus on that. We also did the same. So we did decomposition trend and seasonal decomposition of the spatially explicit data. So we got time series of vegetation, so to say, for every pixel for all this area. Also for temperature, for precipitation. And we also did just a simple linear polynomial trend from grid and a simple multiple linear regression to see what's the impact of precipitation, runoff, and temperature to the vegetation development. And we also did that with lags, because it takes some time vegetation to react to temperature change and to precipitation change and to runoff change. So we did it for all different months lags. And this is the result of NDVI polynomial trend. The green spot in the middle is the area where agriculture happens. This is pretty much the agricultural area. The big red area around is the area when there's no agriculture. Why? It has soil, it has no water. So this is why there's no agriculture. So if we could take water to these areas, they could also be involved in agricultural production. On the bottom, you can see highlands. These are really highlands when water is available from snowfields, from glaciers, not from the river. So everything is green there. And on the top, on the north, this is already Uzbekistan. So they have a lot of really sophisticated irrigation system. So they use a lot of water for irrigation. They have a lot of agriculture there. So yeah. This is the results of our lag correlation analysis, and here you can see, just concentrate on the bottom left image, red line and green line. Red line is temperature, green line is vegetation. You can see that red line is really goes together with the green line. That means that vegetation is not really hampered by temperature, but it's promoted by temperature. Why? Because there's this, and this was done exactly for the agricultural areas. It is promoted by temperature because there's enough water for irrigation. So that means that for those areas who are involved for agricultural production, they do have enough water. So if there is enough water, you can do agriculture, as our data says. Two maps here. On the left, you can see, so this is R squared from our multiple linear regression analysis on the left at log 0, where we try to predict vegetation with precipitation. And you can see in the middle, on the agricultural area, everything is blue. Blue means low R squared. So agriculture doesn't depend a lot on vegetation, like straight away. On the right, what's on the right? On the right, you can there's R squared, where we try to predict vegetation with water discharge, and you can see that it's all red there. So agriculture depends a lot on artificial irrigation, and on the water discharge from the river. It doesn't depend at all on precipitation at 0 lags. And this is the image of the greatest R squared lag. On the left, from precipitation, you can see everything is red. That means that it takes the whole area about 3 months to react to precipitation change. And on the right, this is a discharge. You can see that the vegetation everywhere reacts nearly straight away or with 1 month's lag to discharge change. So nearly all vegetation in the area depends on streams, waters, river, whatever, on the water that flows, not that falls from the sky. So conclusions, as I said, that it has really greater direct impact. The runoff has great direct impact on croplands, and precipitation doesn't make that much overall, doesn't play that much of a role, and temperature is not a hampering factor in the area. Why? Because there's enough water in the river. Should I rush through? So now we're switching to the second case in marine area. So the one before was in a desert area, now in a more wet area, higher in the mountains. We use nearly the same approach. Landsat images and the data that was measured from local weather station, air temperature, precipitation, and water discharge for the years 2000 to 2023. And you can see the picture here again, that the monthly discharge is the greatest in June, July, August. Precipitation is greatest in May, June, and temperature is the greatest in July. And this is our study area with different land surface classes. You see everything is yellow. Yellow is grassland. So grassland is a dominant vegetation type or cover type in the area if you want. And the gray area on the left are degraded area. So the degradation happens basically due to overgrazing. The pink areas are croplands, and dark green areas are forest. This is how it looks. So there's basically coniferous forest and riparian forest along the river, also grassland, bare area, croplands, and herbaceous wetlands. The seasonal in the VI, how it changes by the classes. So how vegetation in different classes developed. Apparently for top left, bare land, there's not much going on, and there's a lot of going on the bottom. On the bottom row, like riparian forests, coniferous forests, grasslands, because there's a lot of vegetation, so there it changes a lot. Here we used a similar approach. We used just a similar multiple linear regression scheme, where we also tried to predict vegetation with different temperature, precipitation, and discharge time series. We didn't do the seasonal and trend decomposition. What we did, we were trying to find out what would be the best lag with the greatest, that would produce the greatest R squared for all these predictors. And yeah, this is an equation that outlines this picture, our methodological approach. This is a similar multiple linear equation with all our tweaks and shifts, trend shifts. So this is the results of R squared spatial distribution. The red areas means that vegetation in this area can be really greatly predicted by precipitation, temperature, and river runoff. Blue areas means that these areas are not that greatly predicted. On the left, on the east side, you can in the lowlands you can see there's a lot of blue because there's a lot of grazing going on. So we didn't account for grazing as predictors in our equation, so that's why R squared is low there. Whereas on the right, in highlands, it's red. It can be really well predicted with temperature, precipitation, runoff, because there's just no human impact, something that we didn't account for before. So this is the significance of predictors, p-values for different classes. So yeah, it basically means the probability that this variable doesn't mean anything, so doesn't play a big role. So the bigger the number, the worse. You can see the temperature has really low numbers, so it's really good predictor. Discharge also, but precipitation, again, it has really high values. So that means that probability that they have no role, no impact on vegetation is really high. And on the right column, R squared, you can see how good our multiple linear equation predicts vegetation behavior from these climatic factors. That this is a percentage. So we can, with all these climatic factors, we can predict up to pretty much 70% of the vegetation behavior. This is the mean temporal shift in months for different predictors. You can see that for temperature, vegetation reacts really straight away. For precipitation, it takes like 1 to 3 months. For discharge, also nearly straight away, up to 1 month. And this is a linear trend. This is an interesting picture. Linear trend of NDVI. Remember the one from Batken area, it had like red areas because it had some negative, some areas with a negative trend where biomass was declining. Here in Narin, everything is increasing. The biomass is increasing everywhere, despite overgrazing, degradation, and whatever. But there's a big but here. We don't account for the species composition. So the unpalatable species can propagate faster than palatable species. So there can be a pasture degradation with regards to species composition, but not with regards to biomass. So biomass is apparently increasing here. So this is annual trends for all the different classes. So conclusions. Again, precipitation is not that significant factor for vegetation and cropland, for agriculture in the area. Temperature and runoff are much more significant predictors. And again, glaciers play a crucial role because they work as accumulators for water, and when temperature increases, they provide water to agriculture. Well, yeah, thank you very much. And the first report was published already. If you scan this QR code, you can download the report on the first case, and the second case will be published really soon. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent and very, very in-depth presentation. I wonder if there are any specific questions for the presenter? Thanks for highlighting the important role of glaciers. If I could ask one simple question. So, do you guys export apples and tulips?
We don't export neither of those.
You don't? Okay, no, I was trying to understand it because the issue is if a commodity like apples or tulips are exported, and if those, as you said, some of the wild species are critical to be preserved, then the importance of looking at early warning systems for those species become very important. Otherwise, you will not be able to export because that affects your economy. Like you talked about livestock, contributing to your export, right? 6.4% of export. So I'm trying to understand from that perspective. Or maybe someday else. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, maybe we move to Dinar, to you. And I'm conscious of a bit of time, so maybe you can restrict to 5 minutes. From Kazakhstan perspective, you can explain to us the great work that you're doing on climate resilience, what lessons you're learning, but specifically on harnessing data innovation for early warning systems and disaster preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So actually, since I'm the representative of the government, actually I will not go deeply in the methodology as Maxim did. I will basically go through all the warning system that Kazakhstan actually have and what kind of preparedness measures they are taking. So as in much of Central Asia, actually the issue of natural disaster is highly relevant also for Kazakhstan. Climate projection indicate an increase in the average annual temperature, leading to more frequent and intense natural disaster. So this year, actually, Kazakhstan faced the largest floods over there in 80 years. So, like in Kazakhstan, we do have 20 regions, and half of them was under the faced flood actually. And the last year, actually, wildfires devastated over 60 hectares of forest. These events have inflicted significant damage on our economy and citizens for sure. So Kazakhstan, the 9th largest country in the world, and provide timely warnings about hazardous natural disaster and emergency is really significant. So we have established actually multiply information sources to provide timely warnings about hazardous natural disaster and emergencies. So key contributions include the Hydromet, which is under the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources, as well as Kazakhstan Garage Sapar, which is providing the information on the space monitoring. So KazGidromet plays a main role in the managing climate risk by delivering accurate weather forecasts and disaster warnings. Its storm warnings issued with a lead of 6 to 48 hours enable timely decision making. Additionally, KazGidromet provides seasonal and agro-meteorological forecasts which are vital for sectors like agriculture. But mostly important, how you deliver this information to the main stakeholders. Actually, KazGidromet through the mobile apps such as AirKaz provide the forecast information where citizens can access real-time air quality data and forecast for the next 48 hours. The agency's advanced technologies such as the SILAM air quality forecasting model further enhance disaster preparedness. Also, the AgroData web application delivers district-level agro-meteorological information, helping farmers optimize production and income despite unfavorable weather conditions. Also, specialized hydrological forecasts, including ice breakup predictions and water inflow assessments, support water resource management, particularly in arid regions. Also, I mentioned about advancing space monitoring. Kazakhstan Garz Sapare, which is under the Ministry of Digital Industry, Ministry of Digital Industry, yes, they actually employ satellite technology to monitor land use, forests, water resources, and emergencies. High-resolution data from the Kazakh satellites support detecting fire outbreaks up to 6 times daily, monitoring floods and other natural disasters, assessing agriculture lands, controlling illegal logging, and monitoring forest health. These satellite capabilities are integral to water resource monitoring, drought mitigation, and informed decision-making by government agencies. By identifying unused lands and monitoring soil degradation, we are enhancing agriculture efficiency and preserving natural resources. So actually, also Kazakhstan actively promotes regional cooperation in Central Asia to address shared climate challenges. So key initiative includes the Glovka project supported by the Adaptation Fund. The initiative actually enhances monitoring and modeling of glacier lakes. Also, another initiative called the Green Climate Fund Readiness Program aims to strengthen national capacity for climate adaptation. The third one, but not the least one, the Regional Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. Among these, develop collaborative with all 5 Central Asia countries. This framework fosters interstate cooperation and knowledge sharing. So recognizing the importance of regional dialogue, Kazakhstan actually during the last COP28 announced that in 2026 we will host the regional climate summit. One of the focus will be also on advancing adaptation mechanisms. So this initiative reflects our commitment to collect action against climate risk in Central Asia. So Kazakhstan actually underscored the importance of leveraging data in innovation to build climate resilience through sustainable regional and international cooperation and events such as this one. So we believe that we can mitigate climate risk and safeguard a sustainable future for our citizens and ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you highlighted an important point about importance of regional cooperation and why investments and early warning is a public good, not only from your country, but how it benefits other countries in the region, and that's how we should be seeing it. So thank you for sharing that. I'll move on to the last speaker. So Roshan, from your side, you have been doing some interesting work on child-centered vulnerability assessment. If you can share what the broad methodology is, but also how such methodology can help build resilience of communities and schools more broadly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. So, child-centered disaster risk management is very, very similar to the community-based disaster risk management, but children brought in the center of the all types of assessments, and children play a key role in disaster risk management as well. They are not vulnerable groups in child-centered disaster risk management. They are helpers. They are participants, and they don't need, in most cases, help, but they help others in the during the disasters. So the first stage of the child-centered disaster risk management is, of course, identification of hazards. Hazard identification is a key to determine the all possible natural hazards in the area. You were absolutely right that we never can reduce risks to zero. For example, earthquakes cannot be prevented. They happen, but response is very, very essential to reduce damage that may come from the negative impacts of earthquakes. After the hazard identification is a very, very, let's say, complicated stage, first and complicated stage of the child-centered disaster risk assessment, because Azerbaijan and the countries where I worked mostly always in the shortage of the proper data. So that's why the best way would be going through the national catalogs, even old ones, and asking people directly about the possible hazards. Upon the identification all possible hazards in the area where schools are located, then we go into the second stage, which is called vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessment in child-centered disaster risk management goes into two main directions. The first one is we need to assess school safety, school-based disaster risk assessment, and school-based disaster risk assessments considers mostly both structural and non-structural safeties. Structural safeties of schools consider mostly school buildings, and non-structural safeties consider mostly moving objects in the schools. And also in the last stage of the school based disaster risk assessment, we consider asking, studying the team that's located in the school, how they are organized. Is there a real disaster risk management teams in the school or not? So mostly teachers, parents, and elderly school children can be members of these groups. Also, school safeties may include school awareness levels, how school children are aware of coming hazards, except the school safeties, how they can participate, how can they respond to the possible hazards. It mostly, this assessment mostly include questions, direct questions, and you ask and assess the vulnerability. The maximum level in my assessment, maximum vulnerability level in my assessment was always 30, and the minimum is 1. 30 means that school is highly vulnerable to the coming hazards. The 1 means that school is almost ready and all types of possible risks are minimized in the school. So after the school-based disaster risk management, one needs to work with parents, with families, where school children come, because poverty is a main driver, all types of disasters. As we know that, we started to study conditions, economic conditions of the families, of the parents, of their incomes, conditions of houses where children live. So in fact, it's the essential part of community-based disaster risk management. So after the studying the economic conditions of parents and houses, structural safeties, and then went into the higher level a bit, we have assessed community disaster risks, community disaster risk. So community level disaster risk means how community is totally ready to the coming disasters, and we just used very simple and very workable approach, hazard, vulnerability and risk model, which is quite simple and quite workable model for assessing disaster, all types of disaster risks. After that, we help it to them. After the assessing all types of risks, we help it to them to develop response options, how then they can respond to the coming hazards. So response options can be different. For example, community-based disaster risk management plans can be developed, participatory land use management plans can be developed, and all the community, including the school children, should be integrated to the early warning systems where school is located. So inclusion of integrating of early warning systems into the areas where schools are located is an essential part of reducing risks as well. So the last stage of this child-centered disaster risk management is mainstreaming disaster risk management plans into the development process, into the development programs. So that means that disaster risk management can be mainstreamed into the development process of the governments. In our case, where I worked, for example, in Gavala district, we have reviewed economic development plan of the district, and we started to mainstream. School safety, disaster risk management into that development process. We identified what should be done for the next 5 years, and we have specified time, and we have specified the area, what can be changed. In schools, for example, we have considered that new school buildings must be built in certain areas, or schools should be renovated. So this is the one example from another. My experience was in Turkmenistan, where I worked as UNICEF consultant as well. It was called integration of disaster risk management into the school curricula. So with that process, the Minister of Education of Turkmenistan helped us to integrate all types of, let's say, hazards and disaster management options into their school curricula, including climate change as well. We have taken life studies, geography, biology, chemistry, even physics, and we have included these types of options. We have developed different types of curriculum materials for and integrated it into the school program. That's all I can say that. But the major difference of the child-centered disaster risk management is that the children are ready, they are responsive, they have power. They don't need help. They can help others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's absolutely critical, and thanks for sharing the importance of the school as a system, the important role they play in the larger community and larger development. Thank you for that. I know we're running out of time, but any questions, suggestions from the audience before we wrap up? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. So I have many questions, but I'll ask just one because of time. So Irina mentioned, I think, what's very important for disaster preparedness. You said like accountability, right? So I think that's what's happening in many developing countries, because even if government does a lot for preparedness, but we might not see it. Or someone doesn't do it and they might say, oh, it would be worse if I haven't done something, right? So it's always difficult to understand, have we done enough or we're not doing hard? So how to resolve this issue? I think that's what you meant, right? How to resolve this issue?
Again, it's like as our moderator said, that we really need to change our minds, like behavioral change. Even though we put this accountability mechanism, still we will face these kind of things. So again, we really need to change our minds, our behavior, and then we really need to mind our actions. So, of course, placing or setting up this accountability mechanism is good. At least, you know, the governors or someone who is responsible for doing something, they should be accountable for what they are doing. So, besides this accountability mechanisms, it's our mind change or behavioral change is really needed for that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, somehow, to all the speakers, when you talk about disasters, I think there are two. One is the disaster informations that you get from the government mechanisms, but there are also alternative information systems that comes from social media, and where like you have really not highlighted in any of your discussions. So what do you think about the role of social media that actually helps in disasters preparedness or, you know, response to disaster events?
Anybody want to talk about the role of social media? I guess it depends on the country context. Yeah, please. Yeah.
For sure, media plays a crucial role, like how government actually communicate with other stakeholders. And regarding the social media, it also depends which country use which kind of like social platform. For example, in Kazakhstan, mostly like people right now use Instagram, not like Facebook, but mostly like outcome from the main organization. They put like information on Instagram, but unfortunately in our country, especially with the young generation, they don't go to the Facebook and don't read this like really important information. So I think like regarding social media, you have to be careful, like in where you like kind of in which country you communicate, and which this particular country, what kind of the sources they use, and you need to be careful where you put this information actually.
Thank you so much. If there are no other specific questions, I would like to first of all thank all of you. I think very excellent presentations. I take away about 5 points. One is we heard about early warning systems, the importance of it, both in the local context, in your context, local to herders, but also regional corporate, regional level, why it's important. That's first. Early warning system is in one way a public good, you highlighted, but in one way also private, because every farmer, every herder has to take a decision on what to do. I think that's important. The importance of early warning system on time scale is a long-term trends. You talked about satellite information looking at land use changes, but also short-term, hourly change in rainfall, a landslide in case of Kyrgyzstan. I think that's very important. We talked forth about the warning system has to be context specific or based on the vulnerability. So a warning or information that a child needs is very different from what a farmer needs and different from what maybe a local business needs. That's important. And lastly, we talked about the importance of early warning through technology, social media, but also through human, in terms of involvement of communities leading to long-term behavioral changes. And lastly, all of this, I think, has to be embedded in a wider governance process of local institutions, strong community-led empowerment, accountability, and as you said rightly, ultimately, hopefully mainstreamed into development processes itself. So it is an important topic. I don't know how many of you are following at COP. There are very important sessions on early warning happening, and there's a global call for everybody to invest more on early warning because it's genuinely a regional and global public good. So with that, I'm going to end the session, and thanks to everybody. Maybe a round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great presentation. I love the graphs. Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful session, all speakers. So now probably you, from the whole day, so much information, but luckily we have closing remarks, so hopefully they will give us the key takeaways. So first closing remarks, I would like to invite Pro-Rector of this university, our host, Fariz Mamadov. He is Vice Rector of Azerbaijan Technical University, please.
Thank you, Dina. Well, how are you feeling? I hope you enjoyed our university, the event itself, and I hope our audience, students, and most important, the food, which is very important. Sorry. I'll try to be short for the wrap up and recap of the conference. Unfortunately, our rector is still at the COP29. He couldn't manage to go out because the procedures and other panel discussions. So he sending his greetings. By the way, we will be meeting today in the evening at 7 p.m. At dinner event. All the foreign guests are invited to this event, to the dinner with the rector. Dear esteemed guests, esteemed colleagues, honorable delegates, I would like just briefly provide my insights or key take from this conference, covering all the aspects of the topics. Certainly we are during the COP29 and the climate change is very important. First takeaway from my experience is that tackling the climate change, this is the global issue, as we all mentioned in our panel sessions. It is the actions that should be unified jointly and aligned and coordinated with globally with all countries. This is very important. Doesn't matter developing country or the developed country. This is very important. Second, one of the most important polluters, as we said, polluters is the energy sector, and we also touched upon that during our panel sessions. Well, energy is quite important part of our life, and we all talk about renewable energy and other sources that are not pollutant, are not conventional. But the most important thing here is the technology. Technology for the renewable energy should be considered in the context of the sustainability, because as I mentioned in our sessions, wind or solar, other technology, other renewable energy sources are clean, but they are not sustainable. This is very important. That's the matter of technology. So technology is also the one that requires joint actions from the countries and from universities, by the way, from the academia, to be to joint efforts. The third part of the issues that we discussed as the natural disasters on disaster management issues, we also touched upon just a couple minutes ago. That's also a global issue. It is partly related with climate change, but it's also the issue of the local and regional context. This is very important. Earthquakes, for instance, there are some areas where the earthquakes are quite common in some parts of the global of the planet, where the countries should align their efforts. One of the most important things is early warning. This is very important for countries to tackle with. Fourth context, resource management. It's not just agriculture, it's not just the industrial waste, it's the resource management in the context of the waste, agriculture production, and also production. Resource management is very important to make sure that it is efficient in the context of the resources used for this resource management also. This is very important. So recycling comes as the first idea to our mind. to be very conscious with the recycling, very important. But on the other hand, recycling is just not, as we discussed some time ago, it's not just the burning or firing the waste. It's also the producing something new. This is also important. That's the part of the issue. So recycling is, I would not call it zero waste, because zero waste, again, this is ideal. Some scientists, researchers, they always mention the Singapore as a zero waste, but even in Singapore, it's not zero waste still. There are still some things that are burned or not feasible to recycle. This is a very important part of that. It is not always the zero waste. There are some, so the technology also should be developed to make it close to zero, I would say, not zero waste. So the recycling and the resource management is very important. Lastly, is the human resources. Human resources versus climate change might sound a little strange, but human resources is the key driver for the climate change mitigation. It's not just the scientists, it's more community and community awareness. In some places, for instance, you may probably visited the resort areas like forests, I don't know, forests or the ocean or the beaches. There's always the issue of the wastes and the approach or attitude towards the sea, the resources. So human resources also should be tackled in the context of awareness and preparedness for natural disasters, climate change, and other challenges. It's also important. That's the five key takeaways I believe we can derive from the conference. Again, thank you everyone for coming to our university, coming to our country, Azerbaijan. I hope you enjoyed the university, enjoyed the country, enjoyed the meal, and I know some of you also visited the COP, and hope you also enjoyed the COP29 in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faris, for sharing about Azerbaijan. Now, for closing remarks, I invite Dean of Asian Development Bank Institute, Tetsushi Sanobe. No? I don't know. In my agenda, Tetsushi Sanobe, it's you. Sorry. So was it?
I just, until right now, I believe that my deputy dean would provide closing remarks. Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, I really enjoyed this event, yeah, from the beginning. Oh, as I said in the morning, so I have been enjoying the collaboration since last May. So right after I visited this place and then met the vice rector and the rector, and they said, yes, immediately, let's work together. So since then, I have been so happy. But yeah, today, my happiness increased a lot. Yes. So my key takeaway number one is Azerbaijan people are so hospitable. Their hospitality is really great, and also they are very nice people to work with. So thank you very much. Without your great effort and generosity, this conference wouldn't be so successful. And then we learned a lot, and maybe in my kind of language, I should say what I learned most today is relationship between climate change, adaptability, and development. So until very recently, I believe that climate and development is the same thing, because without addressing climate change, risks, vulnerability, there wouldn't be any real development. And in order to become resilient against climate change impacts, so we need to, develop more technologies and then adapt technologies that would require more education, awareness, and then also implement lots of infrastructure projects effectively. All those things are development itself. So in that sense, I believe the development and climate action are the same thing. But today, I learned something new. Although eventually they are the same thing, but at this stage, we should emphasize the kind of convergence of the, those two things. For example, just imagine the small island with a population of just 500 people in the Pacific. And then their area is becoming smaller and smaller every year because of sea level rise. But for their survival, should we invest a lot in the kind of banks or something? Every year we have to raise the level, but eventually it will be in the sea. So then maybe better way, economical way is of course relocate those residents to other places. But of course for their culture and for their mental things, yeah, we want to keep the island, but still it's very, very costly. So, what happened if this tiny island is kind of venue of great economic activities? Every year, 100,000 or the million people come, right? Or then spend a lot of money, right? Or some singer or dancer come every year, and then lots of tourists come. Or the place has a great some cultural event or something, yeah. Or they have a great technology, great university. So, things are different. So the value of the place must, if the value of place is higher, then the situation would be different. Then development is a thing that increase the value of the place, right? So if we can improve the economic condition of the place, the people are much more motivated. So like my deputy dean emphasized, it's money. So then if we can make the place more, more able to generate money, then the value is higher and the people want to, conserve the place. And then people are motivated, not necessarily just for money, but for, they have some kind of mental value to, contribute to the conservation of the place. So that's one. And for example, to take early warning system as an example, another example. Yeah, it's really a development of human capability. Right? And then taking data is very important, but that's not easy thing because I never be able to keep my kind of account, like how much money I spent today, more than 3 days. When I was an elementary school kid, my mother and teacher always said, keep record, but I never been able to keep record for more than 3 days. Right? So it's not easy. So it's a human development. So to encourage the development, we can link the value of development with the climate change or survival or vulnerability, resilience. So we can use for both purpose. So encourage people to do climate action and encourage people to develop themselves, their kids, or the people surrounding themselves. So we can use this rhetoric. These two things are so, closely related and really synergetic. So you should do one and then you will get another, like a supermarket advertisement. So I really learned development and climate. So like this morning, the WWF President Adil Najam also emphasized the similar thing, right? Yes, and then also we learned the technology, importance of technology, but also as someone maybe, so the last person that who emphasized this importance is Agya, you, right? So the ability to use technology, yes. And the importance of data. Thank you very much. But data is, as I said, difficult to accumulate and maintain and upgrade. So eventually we will rely on the Internet of Things. Things are already connected with the Internet. And then the data should be generated automatically, like smart meter of electricity. Sakai-san, am I right? Yes. So otherwise, it's very, very difficult. But especially for those small and, maybe micro, small and medium enterprises, for them to survive, they have to be able to, measure their emission and then report. Otherwise, they will be excluded from the supply chain. Right now, only the global big supply chain is, paying attention to that. But eventually, even the small domestic supply chains will be thinking about those, reporting responsibility. Then those small enterprises that cannot report or cannot, show their, transparency, they cannot survive. So data will be very important, but for that purpose, IoT is important. But for that purpose, the education of the technical university is very important. So everything is now related. The reason why is climate is really global and then really public goods nature. So your effort for something good, most things, as you know, the development in today's sense is sustainable development, 17 goals. So that covers almost everything. Almost all good things are related to sustainable development. That means almost everything good is related to climate action. So with this spirit, we will, make everyone near us be good persons. So yeah, encouraging people to be a good person, like a spiritual leader. But that kind of recommending others to be a good person, and for that purpose, we try to be a good person, will make us happier. Right? So I think if we can do that, we can, we can really be resilient against climate change. So we can, overcome this global challenge. So yeah, let's share this hope. And then I really want to continue and expand the collaboration, cooperation with Azerbaijan and the Azerbaijan Technical University. Yeah, so let's have more collaboration. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you very much for nice food, nice venue, and great students, volunteers. Thank you very much once again. And thank you very much for all the speakers.
Thank you, Gisanobia, for very good closing remarks and summary. Even I took you to surprise. So thank you so much. I want to say in Azerbaijani, sorry if my pronunciation is not correct, Sagolun, Görüşürük. And in Kazakh, Rahmet, sağ bolunuz.
Let's make final photo.